When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk, people.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Welcome to the Make We Talk program here in on the Make We Talk program here. I want to say WZPP and WZOP. And we're going to discuss what is going on. I have never heard a speech given by a prime minister so lame. It has no substance. It is lack of substance. This evening, our guests, we're awaiting the arrival of our guest, Senator Damion Crawford, former politician Andre Hylton, Luke George Cooke, Robert Finzi-Smith, and Mr. Marcel Clarke. We're going to wait on our guests to come on in. They're going to come on in at any time now. But we're going to dig deep in what went on today at the National Arena. Because believe you me, when I listen to what the Prime Minister has to say, I said to myself and others who were with me that there was nothing. He came to that conference with nothing at all to give the Jamaican people to say, okay, we can give you another term. There was nothing there. There was no substance. There was nothing at all coming from the leader and prime minister of this country. Absolutely nothing. And you said to yourself, is this we really want to get ourselves involved in? You said to yourself, obviously there's something fundamentally wrong with this prime minister. Because he came there, both him and the Minister of National Insecurity did not say anything, not one single thing pertaining to the security of the country. They did not speak about the security of the country. You said, okay, if the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of National Security said nothing, obviously the Prime Minister would say something. They said nothing about how they're going to solve Jamaica's crime problem. Absolutely nothing. And you ask yourself the question, are these people really leading our country? Huh? Are these people really leading the country that we so love? That is the question we're asking ourselves. I see wherein Floyd Green said that they're going to spend $10 billion. Is it $10 billion or $1 billion on irrigation in South St. Elizabeth? Look how long St. Elizabeth don't have any water. And they have been in there for over 8 years, over 9 years, or whatever years have been in there. And now, they're going to spend much money on irrigation for St. Elizabeth. This evening, I'm waiting on our guests them to come on in. This evening, we're going to speak some more. We're going to ask questions and get opinions from politicians on the opposition side and from Jamaicans. We're going to get some, you know, how they are going to react what the Prime Minister said this evening. Because any child who is going to school would say to their mother or to their parents, Mommy and Daddy, this man is chatting utter nonsense. The PM went on stage, and in my opinion, I think the Prime Minister went on stage, or before he went on stage, he was writing the speech on his way to the National Arena in his Prado or in his Range Rover. Because he came there and he was shuffling to give his speech. We're in modern days. And you think the Prime Minister will have a teleprompter to speak after, to speak from. I'm thinking about getting a teleprompter for this program too. Because people said to me, say, I'm in the thing too much. I must always look forward. And the Prime Minister there speaking. He speak nothing about the health. The only person speak about health was the young lady Mary, the daughter of Buju Banton. She spoke about health. You hear nothing from the Minister of Health pertaining to the Cornwall Regional Hospital. You hear nothing from the Minister of Health himself. You hear not the Minister of National Security came up and he spoke. You could all understand what he was saying. He was there talking and rumbling and shuffling and rubbling and shuffling and rubbling and shuffling. And you're trying to figure out what is this man speaking about. You hear nothing from them pertaining to the security of the country. Nigel Clarke gave a speech about unemployment down in the last, unemployment is down 14% over 25 years. It's the lowest employment has been at 4%. It was 14% for 25 years, and now it's at 4%. He spoke about no new taxes. He spoke about no new taxes. And the Prime Minister of the country, the leader of the 80-year-old party, came on stage, waste the Jamaican people time, both in the diaspora and while thinking Jamaicans who sit at home to listen to him give a speech. The Prime Minister wastes time, wastes our precious time. His lack of substance. He has a bankrupt mind. A bankrupt mind. The Prime Minister says nothing with substance to the people of this country. Not one single thing. Nothing at all. And we sit there and we listen to him. No substance. We think the Prime Minister was going to call the election. That's what many people was listening for. But as I said to somebody who was with me, I say, there is no way he's going to call the election because he has put on his green clerks. He has not put on his green clerks to call the election. But yet, we the people, sit there and listen to him. And all he does was to chat nonsense. Utter nonsense. A Prime Minister who sometimes you ask yourself if he has amnesia. The man went on stage and he was repeating and repeating and repeating. Oh, let us go to education, my favorite part. And you were a disaster in education ministry. And yet soon, and yet you went on stage. And you're there speaking to the people. Huh? You're there speaking to the people. The people of our country was saying to ourselves, one moment for me, please. Sir Andre? Yes, you can come on now, sir. Okay, all right. Yes, I have to, sorry about that. I had to take that call. That's former MP Andre Hylton. And you sit there and you listen to this man giving a speech. And you think you'll get all riled up to hear that something good is coming, something in the pipeline. He has a plan to solve the crime pandemic in this country. Not one single thing he has planned to solve the crime pandemic in this country. One moment again from me. Luke, go ahead. I'm live on air. I'm live on air. I'll look for it. And you know, you're there and you listen to him. You listen to this man. He came with nothing to present to the people of Jamaica. And whosoever wrote the Prime Minister's speech, is it the Minister of Misinformation that wrote his speech? It's a lame speech. A disgrace to the office of the Prime Minister. A very lame speech, and I will not apologize for what I'm saying. It was the Minister of Misinformation that wrote that man's speech. It's a very lame speech. It's a disgrace. A very lame speech. And I am saying to you all this evening that we the people must understand and must come together and say to them, enough is enough. Because all you people do is chat. You don't do nothing to help the people. Floyd Green has been in the Member of Parliament for Southwest or South, whatever, St. Elizabeth. In South St. Elizabeth for how many years? And is now Floyd Green is going to spend how much $1 billion for irrigation in South St. Elizabeth for water? Huh? Is now they decide to spend money because election is near. Because the election is near. They decide to spend money. They want to spend money. They want to spend money according to them. So the people can be fooled again. Now when he called election next year, we jump and we vote for them again. We jump and we vote for them. 7 years they have been in power. Thank you very much. And you're saying to me, is right now, Floyd Green, who is the Minister of Agriculture, realize that the people of South St. Elizabeth is in need of water? I heard the conference chairman, Desmond McKenzie, Desmond McKenzie, I don't call him Deadman McKenzie, anyway, I can behave myself. Desmond McKenzie said that Floyd Green is the Member of Parliament for the Breadbasket Parish. So if St. Elizabeth is the Breadbasket Parish, why is it that you people haven't given the people of St. Elizabeth water? You have the Black River. And my God Almighty, you people can build a proper water reservoir to pump water from the Black River to give to the people of St. Elizabeth? Huh? And because election is near, because election is near, you people is going to go on stage and tell the people them all sort of shebang. We will not listen to you people. We will not listen to all our promises. A promise is a comfort to a fool. And we will not listen to you people. No more. Absolutely no more. I got a call from Mr. Andre Hylton, a former member of parliament who's going to come on with us also. We're waiting on them to come on. I'm also waiting on Senator Damion Crawford to come on too. Luke George Cooke, Christopher Henry. Those are the people we have coming on this evening on the Make We Talk program. We're going to analyze the Prime Minister's speech at the conference, the 80th conference of the Jamaica Labour Party, where both the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister, the only person that kind of makes some sense when they're giving a speech, and other people may say, Jeffrey, you must stop it, but it's the truth, was Robert Bobby Montague. A little bit with the Minister of Finance may give something good. Rhoda Crawford may say something good too, but you know. But the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Robert, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Michael Andrew Holness, went to the conference today at the National Arena and chat utter rubbish. He was talking about picking up garbage and how he pick it, and he doesn't like how the garbage look and all sort of thing. You were talking garbage, Prime Minister. You are talking utter garbage to the people of this country and members of the Jamaican diaspora who was listening to you. Utter rubbish. You spoke not with any substance. Nothing with any substance you spoke with. All you did is you talk about what and this and what and that and this and there was no what and who promised to spend over $10 billion in South St. Elizabeth for irrigation and water supply. And he went on to talk about the 24,000 bags of fertilizer from Morocco and said the Minister of Foreign Affairs is Jamaica's best Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. She's not. She's not. I have with me, and I would say my good friend, maybe he doesn't remember where we met, but my good friend, former Member of Parliament, Mr. Andre Hylton.
Yes, my brother, you hear me?
Loud and clear from Negril Point to Moran Point. How are you doing?
I am very well, my brother. Good to be on your program, and good evening to all your viewers and listeners.
Thank you very much. What is your views on the Prime Minister's speech this evening, Sir Hylton?
Boy, I think when I watched it, it reminded me of when you just start in high school, you know, and you hear a first grade student talking about the things that they have discovered, and after being a fifth grade or sixth grade student, you're looking back at them and says, "Oh, I remember when I was going through school and I was in first grade." It's some of it is so elementary. It's really a lot of nothing. It's rehashing policies that has been around from the PMP days. A lot of what he speaks about are policies of the People's National Party that he's projecting to his party supporters as if it's an original idea that he has just come up with, and it's just dishonest. And I wasn't impressed at all. I haven't heard anything except they're changing prosperity now to a new slogan. That's the only thing I got out of it. And of course, he's trying to tell us also that he has the power as Prime Minister to call election when he wants to. So he has indicated.
And that is the case. That
Yeah.
is something that I am upset over. We,
Yeah.
the people of this country, must demand a
Yes.
constitutional reform where the Prime
Yes.
Minister does not have the power alone to call election when he feels like calling the election. The election
Yeah.
should be a set date.
Yes. And I agree, and I believe our party has the plan to do so. But please remember that Andrew Holness said in the first 100 days
Yes,
he would have embarked on starting legislation. That was from 2016. 7 years later, he still has not done anything about it. It's really just empty promises. And I mean, the Prime Minister has to realize we're living in an information age. The new generation is very impatient. They have no time for the old but talk and talk and talk. He talks about crime. What are we doing different to set up he has ordered a study on crime? Fantastic. There are so many studies available, Tavares, of various things in government, including crime. Now we're doing another study, and to set up a ministry that will include other agencies. Not a bad idea in principle, but you don't need a rocket science to say that. Neither do you need an entire ministry to look at focusing on that. But one of the things the Prime Minister has missed when he spoke about crime and violence is how do we work on the software development of our people and the society rather than the hardware development.
yes,
We need to look at a mind change. We need to recalibrate the psyche of our people. We are too violent. We don't know how to deal with conflict resolution. We don't know much about parenting. Lots of our children are not reading when they got out of high school. If we can solve all of these things, and we can do it very early by catching the children between basic school and primary schools, and put the system and the support in place to have a remedial program at that level. So you cut off the supply of the next set of gunmen coming up. The Prime Minister has not said anything about that. We're talking about study and ministry. Those are semantics,
yes.
in my
And
estimate. That's just one of them.
so, what is your views on what the Minister of National Security said? Because he came there with some mumble jumble thing.
Well, I tell you, state of emergency has become the only crime plan that the Jamaica Labour Party government has found in the 7 years they have been in power. It hasn't worked. It's wrong. It's unconstitutional. It was challenged and found that it was unconstitutional. Um, the Prime Minister talking about human rights, international human rights, etc. But
Mm-hmm.
but we here and this government is is actually taking away the rights of our citizens by locking them up without due process
Yes,
in the state of emergency. So those things, when he spoke about this whole international human rights thing, and he referred to Israel and Gaza, he was one of the first persons who went and endorsed Israel and supported Israel invasion of Gaza without putting in context the history between the Palestinian state and the Israelis. So it's all hypocritical, and I think he has sold out the Jamaican people, because the Jamaican people has always been a people who are proud to stand against oppression, who are the voice for the voiceless. And in the world, I remember visiting the Senate in Canada years ago. Well, I've been to the Parliament, but I was given a tour of the Senate, and
yes.
former Senator Don Meredith gave me a tour, and he took me in the senator's office to introduce me to the senator,
Mm-hmm.
who said to me, he was very clear. He said, we miss Jamaica on the world stage. We
Hmm.
miss, you see, he said, when I went to international meetings, we look forward to hearing Jamaica speak, because Jamaica was the voice of the voiceless. Jamaica spoke for the developing countries. Jamaica spoke for the third world. And Jamaica spoke out in those days against apartheid and so on. Where is that Jamaica? We have lost touch under this administration. I don't think this administration truly understand what it means to have friends internationally and to build good relationships internationally.
Yes.
And Jamaica has suffered significantly because of the lack of understanding in foreign affairs with this government.
I'm happy you touch on that, because former Jamaican ambassador to London, the lovely lady Aluma Samba
Yes.
said the other day at a forum like this on Reason with Rattigan with Wilfred Rattigan.
Yes.
She remember when she was ambassador.
Mm-hmm.
If there was a critical vote on, say, let's say the sugar or banana or something of the sort,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
they other countries will call and say to her, Ambassador, what is Jamaica's take on it?
Yep.
Because they want to know what Jamaica is doing for them to vote along with Jamaica.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
former Jamaican ambassador to the United Nations, Ambassador Curtis Ward,
Yes.
once said also that
Yes.
Jamaican foreign policy is through the door.
Yep. Absolutely. Well, if I've never seen a Jamaican prime minister visiting the prime minister of Israel or visiting Israel.
Yes.
Fundamentally, it goes against the core of what we believe in. And this prime minister did that, and he has not yet explained why he went there, what was the visit for. We are in a deficit now that if it is not fixed, Jamaicans, especially in the diaspora, will not enjoy the kind of reputation that we previously had, where people looked up to us as leaders. As Alun said in her presentation, Jamaicans would call to find people international would call to find out our position on foreign policy, our position to know how to vote. We have lost that. And when you see we turned against CARICOM, we broke ranks with CARICOM under the Angeles-led
Yes.
administration to vote against Venezuela, who has only that the only sin Venezuela has committed is to save Jamaica during an oil crisis that we could not have survived. And the Bruce Golding administration benefited the most during the time when he was prime minister. That Petrocarib deal, and we voted against Venezuela. We took away their ownership of Petrojam. We took their money, put it in escrow, and we have become almost an enemy to Venezuela. Now, it is going to take a lot of work for a PNP government to be able to reestablish those good relationships. Other Caribbean countries now who stood with Venezuela are now benefiting from better oil prices and purchasing arrangements in a time when we now need it.
Let me
So
ask a
Andrew
question.
Holness has hurt the country in more than one way in that regard.
Let me ask a question, Comrade Hylton. Is it that this Prime Minister or the Minister of Foreign Affairs
Mm.
did not know about the Petrocarib deal with Venezuela? Or is it that they were told from another power maybe to
Mm.
forget about Venezuela?
Well, that famous visit to Mar-a-Lago, which I must say, um, it has hurt the Jamaican people, and many persons in the U.S. in particular had our prime minister sitting in a secondary room waiting on the then president. People felt very hurt that we would have lowered ourselves to that standard. I believe that is exactly that went on, because the powers that be wanted to vote against Venezuela in the OAS vote, and so they called whoever they could have as their pawn, and you know, selling out it's to me it's selling out the Jamaican people, and Prime Minister Holness should never have done that. I believe when we had a situation with the U.S. about the Petrocarib deal, we went there and met with him, Peter Phillips and the former Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller, and had a discussion and spoke to the Americans to let them understand what our realities are in Jamaica. And they understood. They understood why that happened. That led to the visit of President Obama and, of course, the natural gas deal that we had. But you have to sit down as big men and negotiate with America. You can't just be dictated to. You have to stand up and stand up for your people. I don't find that this administration has learned that as yet,
Mhm.
or maybe
As
will never learn it.
as what the late Michael Manley said, that we will not crawl on our knees, we'll walk on our feet.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, I fully agree. So back to the conference.
Yes.
The conference. I mean, if I'm going to be fair, it's a decent conference. It's not like Nobody was there. They had a decent turnout. Nothing like what the rumor had it to be that they would have done like Michael Manley in 1976 and go over to the stadium. It was nothing like that. But they had a decent turnout. But there was nothing of substance coming from the party, the presentation of the prime minister. I'm very disappointed. It was to me just a feel good to send back his people to still feel good. But there was no real deep message nor any specific direction. It's the same old, same old. I've heard, and one of the things, if you heard him talk about the political history,
Yes.
and this is why I really hope that our Jamaicans, brother Jeffrey,
Mm-hmm.
when you're in a laborite room, and I sat with some men, some young men the other day at a little place, and we just happened to get into a political discussion. And because they are supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party, they hear a part of the story.
Yes.
So they hear a truth, but they don't hear the whole truth. And I started to talk with them about some of the things. One of the things that Prime Minister Holness referred to is 10 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
to say that 10 years ago we had high debt, we had low reserves, we had high inflation, we had a bad reputation abroad. But
Mm-hmm.
what he's dishonest, because he did not say to the people that it is the lack of, it is the improper management of the economy during the Bruce Golding time when the US went into a recession. And we urged the JLP government to go to the IMF. They refused to go to the IMF. A year later, they had to run begging. They took the money from the IMF. They did not take the test. And therefore, it was a disrespect to the international financial fraternity. So when Porsche won in 2011, going 2012,
Yes.
we now had to embark on repairing a damaged image
Mm-hmm.
abroad. Jamaicans were now ashamed to say I'm Jamaican because one, there was a Dudus issue, and secondly, we were financial rogues in the
Yes.
financial circle. We were a rogue country because we don't pay our bills, we don't take the IMF test. And I was having a discussion with senior Congresswoman Yvette Clarke
Mm-hmm.
recently, not Yvette Clarke, and I also heard from Maxine Walters. It is Portia who called on them in the United States, including Una Clark and others,
Yes.
who actually pressured the IMF to give us an agreement. They had no intentions based on what they said to give us an agreement. And the reason why it is because of how the Andrew, well, it was then Bruce Golding and then after Andrew Wallace, how disrespectful they were to the IMF. And we had to repair that breach, rebuild trust in the international financial space. And were able to hear, for instance, Nigel Clarke talking about the first time we went on the international market. Please remember when Peter Phillips went there when he had the debt to pay out and he went on the international market, it was oversubscribed.
Mm.
So how is he coming on like it's a first time? Don't be dishonest. And when he talked about how the economy is doing well, he must be honest to say that we messed it up. Peter Phillips, along with Portia Simpson Miller, fixed it, and we are now benefiting from for an economy that is stronger.
So
But don't be.
in other words, Mr. Hilton, what
Yes,
the Minister of Finance should say is
yes,
that both the late former Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller, and
yes.
also former Minister of Finance, former Minister of National Security, former Minister of Health, Dr. Peter Phillips was the one who mended Jamaica's financial system.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That is a fact, and we don't need to go around that. I must give credit where credit is due. So the strong economy that we had, which sustained us during the COVID period, it is what the PMPs remember. Even with the same Petrocaribe deal, remember the debt, the Venezuelan debt. They
Yes.
took a massive cut off the debt, and we were able to pay it out and brought down the debt from 145% to 125%. This is tremendous. It was one of the biggest thing ever happened in terms of debt reduction in Jamaica's history, thanks
Mm.
to the Venezuelan who are good to us. So we mustn't be ungrateful, man. And the Andrew Wallace administration is not giving credit, and people are going to find them out.
Mm. And
Yes.
and And you know something? If they go around all the time and telling these lies, well, they have a saying that politicians lies about everything. Well, majority of them. I shouldn't say all. And if they go around and lie to the people that way, they must remember, the same social media that he campaigned with in 2016 is the same
Mhm.
social media of today.
Absolutely, absolutely. And people are finding out things though. This is why Andrew has lost so much credibility, because he says one thing today and he says another tomorrow. Um, one of the classic Andrew Wallace moments I have is when he said Michael Manley destroyed the country in the 70s was the worst time ever in Jamaica,
Yes, I
and
remember he said it.
the country suffering because of the Michael Manley policies of the 70s. A few weeks later, after the diaspora, all the Jamaicans who benefited from Michael Manley in the 70s came out against him. At that point, he came back to the same public with an entirely new argument and says that my name is Andrew Michael Holness. I was named after Michael Manley. And of course, the reason why I am the way I am, the reason why I am where I am today is the policies of Michael Mann. The same man. So Andrew has the prime minister. Look here, man. I don't want to call him a prime minister and speak ill of the office of the prime minister. But Andrew Holness is not. He doesn't speak. He's not honest, and he changes his mouth. But as you say, social media today, as you say something today, they pick up back the history of yesterday and say, but no, man, you said something different today. We have to get rid of that. And one of the things I must tell you and give Mark Golden his credit from, I have known him for how much years, probably 15 years. He has always been consistent. If he says something, then that's what he means, and he continues what he's saying. What a lot of the politicians, I don't know if all politicians are lie, I don't think so. I believe
Mhm.
that sometimes they tell what Jamaicans say half truths, or
Yes.
sometimes they tell a truth. But
Mhm.
remember, there are many truths, and you have to look at the entire picture. If you tell a little truth here and a little truth here, it's not a lie, but to me, you're not honest if you don't tell the whole truth. And sometimes what we need to do is to really tell this new generation the whole truth. Yes, to show what both political parties have done for the development of Jamaica, what the philosophy of the both political parties are, the direction of the both parties, so they can make sound decisions. It's no longer Ray and Rara on platform. That
Mhm.
alone can't do it anymore. And I don't think Andrew Holness has realized that you can't dupe the people the third time.
Le- you're so correct. But let me ask you this question, though, Mr. Hilton. When you look at politics in Jamaica now,
Yes,
and the days when you were with a PJ Patterson and a Portia Simpson Miller,
yes.
would you say it's a different era?
Yes, I mean, politics has changed a bit. Um, And you have to also remember, you see, that, for instance, Norman Manley, as he said in his farewell speech, his generation fought for political independence. The next generation need to look to fight for the economic independence of the country and the people. The needs have changed. And when I tell people about, what Philip Paulwell did to open up the IT, well, certainly the telephone systems and
Yes.
technology, and I mean we can go through all the motor car. Remember the days we had to line up to buy a car, and now you can buy cars everywhere. Those are fundamental, transformational policies that was
Yes.
implemented by the PNP government. But now people don't care about that anymore. Phone is a normal thing. You can't tell me that it was a privilege then. Of course it was. People want something different now because it's growth. It's about growth. We're at a different part of the journey. Young
Mhm.
people wants to know that I can live in Jamaica and I can earn money. You can't tell people about you have a band belly again. You can't tell people about a promise and prosperity, and no, it's going to be how I can make some money now. How I can, and this is why. One of the reasons why, again, one of the things I think Nigel Clarke spoke about is the low unemployment rate in Jamaica. Again, it is a truth, but there are other truths. There are 700 and odd thousand people who are not interested in work. To me, that is frightening. So, why are they not interested in work? Some of them, it's going to cost them more to go to work and buy lunch than $13,000 for minimum wage.
Mm-hmm.
Again, and Damion can speak a lot more to the education system. We have to fix the education system so we have trained, skilled, literate people coming out of high schools, going to universities, being able to open businesses, being able to enter careers that are that can certainly bring them a decent income. Those are things that we have to look at in a holistic way. 700,000 people not interested in work is a frightening number.
It
Yet,
is.
yet, listen to this again, Tavares. The Prime Minister is talking about they are promoting this narrative that we now have to start importing labor. I went to a famous hotel recently, and one of the local managers came there and said, "Look here, I have never seen anything like this before. We have persons working in my position from abroad that is getting 4 or 5 times my salary, is getting housing, and is not doing half the amount of work that they were importing labor a long time. We have to fix this business, and this is why we're losing so many people. Majority of our persons who graduate from university go abroad. Teachers are migrating, nurses are migrating because we're not paying our people sufficient. Yes, they got some increase there, but it's still nowhere near. We need to ensure that our people can work a decent wage, or we can unleash the potential of the entrepreneurs who can start their own businesses. We need to
Yes.
start focusing on this software development of our people, transform their lives by empowering them to fulfill their true potential and make money. Young people now wants money. They want to be rich, and they don't want to wait long again to be rich. Now, I'm not saying for a
Mm-hmm.
moment that success comes without hard work, but we must clearly identify a path for them to be successful in the country that they're born and grow. You're a
Yes.
product of this country. We must ensure we set programs and policies that can make sure every Jamaican have an opportunity to live a decent life, and not just a chat thing, but a reality.
You know, when you said to me that a manager came up to you at a local hotel
Yes,
and said that to you,
yes,
it reminds me of when I was living in Negril, and my
yes,
parents used to own the hotel in Negril.
yes,
My adopted mother makes sure that whosoever she employ,
yes,
if she employ a foreigner, they get the
yes,
same salary or a little more than what other people may get, the person who come from overseas. Because there's
yes,
absolutely no way
yes.
you can put a person over a Jamaican on Jamaican soil. It can't continue like this.
Look here, I'm going to say, when I remember when Michael Manley established Juta during his time, and the Jamaican taxi drivers could start enjoying a little bit of the tourist dollar, because they were now able to carry tourists,
Mhm.
um, and so on. Look here, we have a serious problem right now. Juta, I'm not sure how long Juta is going to survive, because almost every hotels are doing their own tours.
Wow.
They set up their tour companies. The craft markets with little poor people selling little craft. You have set stores that these tour buses take their people to. So the money is just channeled in the hands of a few, and the people are dying. We must, first of all, I believe that we need to design a policy that speaks to a managed all-inclusive system. We cannot have a situation where, you know, probably 10% of the money comes to Jamaica, because it's all an all-inclusive arrangement. We employ some people at some low end, and all the profit centers around the vacation is controlled by foreigners. Sometimes all the photographers in the hotels are foreigners. And these are businesses that the local people should. We must have a policy that says certain businesses are supposed to be for the local people. Look at agriculture. I mean, what's his name?
Floyd Green.
Oh, not Floyd Green, no. I'm talking about Wickham McNeil.
Yes.
Started the linkage program and give credit to Bart that he has continued it. But we have to be more deliberate about the linkage. We can't be importing vegetables every day. Every hotel importing so much vegetables, fruits, this, that, meats. And we have farmers sometimes have to be dumping things. It cannot happen. We have to sit down in an organized way with the agriculture, with the farmers, with the middlemen, and with the end users, and have a clear understanding and a production mode that speaks to supply and the demand of the hotels.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, at a reason, at a competitive price, of course, but at least they will have the market. We cannot have a situation where the hotels is almost importing everything. The hotels, all their top managers, most of their top managers are foreigners. It cannot work,
You
and it
know,
can be done with. I am saying we have local managers here can do any job that any foreign manager can do. Any of the subsidiary business of the hotel can be managed by our local people. Give them the opportunity. That's why we have 700,000 people who are not interested in working, because lots of them are entrepreneurs at heart and want something that is meaningful.
you know something, comrade Andre Hylton. We need to ask this question though.
Yes.
We have a Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. I heard Floyd Green spoke about the 24,000 bags of fertilizer that came in from Morocco.
Yes.
Wilfred Radigan and myself and others have been asking the question, where is the fertilizers? The same minister, Floyd Green, was on my program, this program here,
Yes.
on WZPP and WZOP radio station. Okay?
Yes.
And I said to him, Minister, the people in St. Elizabeth, in your constituency, have been telling me, my wife is from St. Elizabeth, and they have been telling me that they haven't received any fertilizer. He said to me, we're going to look into it, get back to you. Until now.
Yes.
Until now.
Yes.
Neither the Minister of Foreign Affairs nor the government cannot give an account for how many tons of fertilizer came into the country.
And like many other things, my dear Jeffrey, in the last couple of years, the level of corruption that we have seen in Jamaica is so barefaced, and something has to be done. People are too much dishonesty. I don't know what happened to the fertilizer, but I know if you look at the agriculture sector, I mean, I like young Green Floyd. I mean, I think his heart is in the right place, but it's not about liking. It's not about tinkering. It is about making fundamental changes. We have the soil, we have the land, we have good soil, we have the talent in our farmers, we have the market. So why is it that we have not been able to put in give the support adequate? Also, there's no support, because yes, the RADAs are doing their thing and the ministry is doing their thing, but it's not sufficient to dent the market. Let me tell you something. If God forbid, if we have a catastrophe in the world and no ship can come to Jamaica, first of all, as a government, we need to ensure, and this is something I know that the People's National Party is very conscious of, we must be able to feed ourselves. So if you have a cutoff and we can't get no ship to bring goods to Jamaica, we must be in a situation where we can feed ourselves locally. That should be the number one priority of any government. And I think the PMP, this is why I'm saying I would like Mark Golding to win the next election, because I think he will come with a few different things. One is we can't just chat about it. We have to be serious. So Floyd and his approach to agriculture is great, but I believe a lot more has to be done to make it impactful to the farmers and to our economy.
Mm-hmm.
It is one of the low-hanging fruits that I believe we can do something about. There are things that we are competitive in Jamaica. We are far more competitive than anybody else. Let's
Yes.
focus on those as a starter. And then there are some things that are necessity. Then we have to negotiate how we deal with those. Not
Yeah.
because something is cheaper, we must bring it in. Because a lot of things that we are bringing in cheaper, in the long run, the quality is not as good. I have my staff go to market every Saturday. And buy things to eat in my house, because me
Mm-hmm.
want the local farm products. Me no want no fancy imported thing. It's a local thing from the little corner man, from the little farmer in the country me eat. So me eat my renter yam, my white yam, same way, my cassava, my sweet
Mm-hmm.
potato, and my natural foods, right? I mean, I want the fancy one from the foreign that is even maybe a little cheaper. I prefer my local
Mm-hmm.
product. We must look at protecting our agriculture sector, and we must be able to feed ourselves as a people.
We're going to welcome Junior Minister Spokesperson and the Junior Shadow Minister, or what they call it, Junior Opposition Spokesperson on Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Christopher Henry. Christopher, welcome to the program.
Hi, Jeffrey. Hi, Andre. How you do?
Hey, Chris, nice to see you, my brother.
Nice to see you, my brother. Nice to see you. I
I
apologize for being so late.
No, but it's okay, man. I glad you
Mm.
came on anyhow. Although you have a big light in the background there, I wonder if
Let me see.
somebody's searching for you.
Let me see. No, man. No, nobody not searching for me. It's just the positioning of the light. So hold on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask a
Mm.
question before I come to you, Sir Christopher. So Henry, so Hylton,
Yes.
what is your views on Jamaica legalizing marijuana? When I say legalizing marijuana, I mean giving the poorer class of people who started the marijuana industry in Jamaica, some from Saint Elizabeth. The
Hmm.
best marijuana known in Jamaica is from Orange Hill,
Yes.
Negril, Mount
Yes.
Airy.
Yes.
What if the People's National Party should gain state power?
Hmm.
What would be your suggestion to the party? Because I don't think you're running for any seat now. But what would be your suggestion to them when it comes on to legalizing marijuana and giving the farmers a little thing that they can start the ganja industry in this country? Because some of these people who say they have license, they are never gonna want dirt yet.
Yes. Yes.
They
Yes.
are never dirty up in the dirt yet.
Hmm. Well, part of first of all, let me just say that I have applied for my old constituency, which I ran in 2011,
Okay.
Eastern St Andrew, and I'm awaiting the decision of the party's leadership in where my candidacy is concerned. So I should be back in the parliament, all be God's willing.
That would be good.
But
You and Christopher, that would be good.
yes, Christopher is yeah, man. Christopher is going to create some surprises for some people, and
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. Chris is a very keen candidate, and I admire him and wish him well. May I just say that when we legalized medicinal marijuana for personal use and medical purposes. Mark Goldie was a Minister of Justice. I remember Raymond Price brought it to Parliament as a private member's motion. And one of the discussions, at the time I was a member of the executive of the PNP, we were very careful to look at how do we ensure that our farmers, the liquor rasta man who plant him half acre of ganja and been locked up so much time for it, and how do we ensure that he's a part of it? I don't think it has worked, and I believe in the new dispensation, we have to look at full legalization, number one. Number two, we have to look at some serious negotiation at the international market. The United States, for instance, has done an excellent job in legalizing their marijuana on the state level, getting them planted and having a huge industry. But federally, it is still illegal. So we don't have the ability to import or to export marijuana to the United States. But there are other countries that we can, and I believe it has to be a government-led initiative to look at the countries that will accept our marijuana and set up a proper export industry. The next thing that we have to look at is how do we incorporate it in the tourist sector in a more integral way. Because yes, it is there, and you can go to a place and get you can get see a doctor and get a prescription and get some marijuana and so on. That's fine, but we can't. I believe it can be far more easily accessed, and I believe that now that we have passed this first hurdle, people realize that the country has not the people it has not affected people in any great negative way. There are more positives about it. We believe that we have to look at reorganizing that policy. And I must tell you, Comrade Mark Golding, the next prime minister, is very, very keen and passionate about restructuring the whole policy of marijuana. So yes, it has to be done. I am agreeing with you. And we have to make sure the little man in Orange Hill, the little man in the hills of Portland can benefit and can get a decent living of marijuana because they have suffered long enough and they deserve it.
Christopher, welcome to the program. Your views on the Prime Minister's speech today. Thank you, Sir Hylton. Don't go
You
anywhere, Sir
know,
Hylton.
I, let me be frank. I did not listen to it. I had a foot in North End, the patron for, and I was watching it. However, at the final, a person, a supporter of theirs, clad in his regalia, his green regalia, came to the football match. And him shake my hand and him say, Mr. Henry, I like what you're doing here. So I made a joke with him and if him going to give me a piece of the $15,000 what he got. And him say, Mr. Henry, say, you know what, Mr. Henry? That was the most. And him say, I'm not saying that as any diss to anybody or that him switching side. But him said that was the most uninspiring speech from a prime minister that he has ever experienced. Him say, you know what got, and him said, them yes, them cheer and carry on. But him say, you know what really got him? When him blame the People's National Party for them quote unquote mess that Jamaica is in for the 2 times that they were in, the 18 years and the 4 years. And him said, but boss, in his mind, him said, people around him said, you've been in for what now, 8 years? And you're still a blame PNP? And for the majority of the time, in the 2000s or the later 2000s, you have been in power. So how you not still a blame PNP? Right?
Yeah.
So it seems that the rebels have realized that the speech was flat. Absolutely flat.
I won't call any name. A senior member of the Labour Party, I reached out to the person and I said to them, this is the worst speech I've ever heard in all my 40-something years on this earth. Coming from a prime minister of a country and a leader of a political party. It is the worst speech. It has no substance. It has no belly. It has no seasoning. It has no Maggie chicken doodle. Nothing.
Nothing.
Yep.
In fairness, Nigel was the one that gave the little better speech because at least Nigel offered what Mark told them to look into in his budget presentation, what Comrade Leader told them to look into in his presentation, which is the moving the customs threshold, the duty threshold from $50 to $100. So when he announced that he got a little, that was the only thing that I got from the entire conference.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hylton, you were saying something?
Well, I was saying though that I started out by alluding to some of the things that he presents as a new idea. When I hear him talk, for instance, about the the climate change, and like this is the first government that has taken climate change seriously, is dishonest. Portia Simpson Miller is the first prime minister that dedicated a ministry or climate change to a minister. Full
Ministry
responsibility.
of Climate Change.
Yeah.
Yes.
Portia Simpson Miller did that. So don't come to Jamaican people and say, oh, we are the first to be doing anything about climate change. When him speak about the renewable energy and about what we need to do, and this government is taking it serious, he has not done anything about renewable since Paulwell and the wind farms that we have established, with the solar farms that we have established. They have not done any new thing in the last 7 8 years. A matter of fact, they have just got a bid for 100 megawatt renewable plant. Should have been done 7 years ago. So they have done absolutely nothing. And the Prime Minister is coming to the people of Jamaica to talk about renewable energy. They're taking it serious. They are not. So the fact again, he made a big speech about the future and nuclear
Yes.
power. I mean, Paulwell has been exploring with a nuclear reactor at the university. Well, the university has been exploring, but I know that Paulwell was very intimate with it from many years ago. So for them to come with it, it's as if I remember I tell you, it's as if them come in a first farm and realize these things at high school now, and you gone through it long time, I can't believe, and it is new to them. It is as if the Prime Minister has just discovered something new, but it has been around for a long time and been dealt with by the People's National Party. You hear him come again with gender equality. Which government
Yeah.
has done more about gender equality than the People's National Party? Equal pay for women. America is struggling with equal pay for women. We fixed that from the 70s. Equal pay for women, maternity leave with pay. How would the Prime Minister is behaving like he's coming up with? Apparently he has just read about it. But you can't come like the speech presents the thing as if he's now doing something about these things. Constitutional reform has been around long time from Michael Manley, PJ Pat's days. Yes, now we're maybe going a little bit further, but it is wrong for them to be presenting as if it's a new idea. You follow what I'm saying to you?
Yes. Yes.
So some of the things that they're talking about, what we're going to do in terms of technology and so on. One of the things that he doesn't give credit, universal access fund, he was talking about technology and bringing broadband around and all that kind of thing. That started long ago. Long
Yes.
ago, and Universal Access Fund was set up by Paulwell and the PNP to make sure we have the funding to do for tablets in school and to do things like Wi-Fi for community. And now he's talking about the expansion of it as if it's a new idea that he has come up with. He's dishonest. He's dishonest. You follow what I'm saying to you?
Yes.
Education reform that has been around long before. Talk to Maxine Henry Wilson, right? What before he became minister. So we don't want to say that the JLP is not now learning that there are some things that needs to be done, but they are late. So
Is
this
it?
speech that he did, it is dishonest and there's nothing original. There's nothing new. You can come and say, boy, Andrew Wallace has finally come with something new as a man who was born after independence, that I can say, wow, this is a new idea from a young prime minister. I can't feel it. I can't see it.
But Christopher and Sir Hylton, a lot of people is saying that the things that Andrew Holness is doing now was in the pipeline
Mm-hmm.
under the People's National Party administration,
Absolutely.
and the PNP
Absolutely.
didn't do
Absolutely.
anything about it.
Yeah. One of the scandals of the Andrew Wallace led administration is how he has treated with housing. From he has taken over
Yes.
when he has become prime minister, he has been announcing how much 80,000 houses, 70,000, how much houses, and he's doing very little about it. Yes, the one house that he's giving away through this charity thing
Social
where a poor
program.
person, which is nice. Yes, 100 social program. Okay, one house to like a poor person. We need 100,000 houses. And every
Mm-hmm.
year they're taking out the $10 billion out of the NHT when we don't need to anymore because the economy. We should focus on building houses. He keeps talking about it, and every time he's announcing like it's a new thing. I don't know if the Jamaican people are listening. He did it 7 years ago, he did it 5 years ago, he did it 4 years ago, and coming today again with the same thing about NHT and billing how much houses. It's a joke. So his entire speech, when I analyze it, it is really just about rehashing and re-announcing things, and most of them are policies of the People's National Party. Look at what he's talking about buses. Again, 300 new buses, but we'll get 100 during the next financial year. But ultimately, they need to. But that is what you should have done. Use the money to give the people buses, because now there's very few buses on the road. So there are very few persons who are going to benefit from this $70 reduction thing. We need to stop it. And we need to tell the Prime Minister to stop it. We need to hold him to account for these foolishness he's telling the Jamaican people.
Indeed. We have with us this evening, also joining us. Oh Lord, we're there. Yes, also joining us is Luke George Cooke and Marcel Clarke, Pastor Marcel Clarke, a human rights activist. Luke George Cooke, human rights activist, going to join us also on the program here. But until they come with us, Christopher, you're the junior spokesperson on foreign affairs and foreign trade. I know I had asked Sir Hylton about this, but let me ask you this. They're saying it's 24,000 bags of fertilizer came into the country. I remember asking the Minister of Agriculture this on my program. What happened to the fertilizers? Because people in Elizabeth have been asking about it. And he said to me he's gonna investigate and get back to me. Until now, I want to ask you this question though. Do you hear anything about it?
I have nothing about it. I haven't. No doubly. It probably has suffered fate as certain types of grass country, and has only ended up quarters. No doubt.
What kind of grass are you talking about, Christopher?
A certain Mombasa grass.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Sir Clarke, welcome to the program. Sir Clarke, welcome to the program.
Yes, good evening, Jeffrey. Thanks for having me. Good evening, panel. Hope you all are okay. I hope your earthquake didn't shake you too hard, or the heat no burn you out, or water wash you away.
What earthquake you talking about?
Eh?
What earthquake you talking about?
The ones who felt the one the other day, man. The 5.6 meter about, man.
Well, we felt a 10 point whatever earthquake earlier on today.
I was going to talk about that, but you beat me to the punch. I heard bits and pieces because I was caught up in service today, so I heard bits and pieces. But basically, I heard the party chairman restating some achievements from donkey years back coming up and all of that, and they're talking about what's to come and all of that, and his parish was patient, his constituency was patient and all of that. Then I hear the Prime Minister talking, but to tell the truth, the speech was a bit flat to me. The presentation, something is missing from the normal Andrew Holness presentation. He didn't seem that confident. He seemed a bit worried to me. He seemed a bit distracted. I don't know what the distraction was. But I don't know if it's an earthquake shake him up or the sun was too hot. Because, but the tiny house thing is a joke. It's a joke. And it's giving the impression that they're dealing with housing, but there's no real development or focus on housing. You know who's focusing on housing? Private developers. Those are who are doing construction, and they're priced out of the water for the local man. The small man can't afford it. But you see, the tiny house thing, as I said, is one. What can that do? That's just one family.
Yes.
There's numerous small families that need housing. Me can't look at my church alone. Number of people need a house.
Yes.
A decent house to live in. You know what I mean? I can look in my town, I can look in my parish. The amount of people that need proper housing, safe housing, both, you know, from the elements, safe from criminal trying to can come in. Look how much shooting we hear in Jamaica, and what them do just kick off a door. It means the house don't have any substance to it. The house is not a strong house.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So Jamaica needs to really look at how we are developing these neighborhoods that are less fortunate, or persons in the little rural areas that, you know, they don't have a big bank account, them eating hand to mouth. You know, minimum wage gone up, yes, but the price of fuel gone up, price of food gone up, the price of transportation gone up. Then we see the minister of transport.
Hold on for Mr. Clarke. Hold on for Mr. Clarke. Hold on for Mr. Clarke. Let us get Luke George Cooke in. Mr. Cooke, welcome to the program, sir.
But Jeffrey, maybe me no need for there, you know, because you seem to have the people who have the background information. My contribution would be, I'm a little bit disappointed as a Jamaican. I felt insulted that the Prime Minister started off with the Gaza-Israel situation that took precedent over crime and health. He talked about the Samoa agreement, which I know that him say when you come to a conference of that nature, you must leave with some education. Half of the people in that room probably don't know what that agreement is about. It's basically an agreement that says that you get a little benefit to trade things, but you have to accept a certain type of lifestyle, alternative lifestyle. You're talking about an agreement that you don't even
A
sign
certain
on because it says that.
fix, and there's a certain, you know, go
Yeah,
on, Tom.
yeah.
There's a certain fix.
You talk about an agreement that says that you have to accept people of homosexuality lifestyle. You can't tell me about the diplomatic role that you have with the United States Embassy by not allowing the employer to carry that person. So I really think that you really should have apologized to us about that. Jamaica has its own set of problems, and I was looking forward to, since you are the party that is the party of the paragon of virtue, the people who understand the everyday Jamaican situation. I really thinking I'm gonna start with that. I think it's a little bit disingenuous when they talk about why the unemployment rate is the lowest it is, but a couple weeks ago, there was an excerpt that Elroy Chuck was talking about a set of workers at D-side. I think that's where they came from, D-side. And the people are basically saying, Mr. Truck, we can't work for the Chinese. They're proposing that the $3,000 wage is just working money to go from home back to work. So we could not accept that. But yes, we are the people who love the people, because we increase minimum wage by 100%. But the truth of the matter is that while you have increased it, the cost of living for the ordinary Jamaican is untenable. So I don't understand how you rationalize that. And then you said, the Prime Minister said, he has said it repeatedly. In a speech the other day, he says, when we talk to my friend them in Canada, North America, and in England, them tell me say food prices high. So we have to just tighten on the belt a little. But he said it again. Nigel, while we have a robust economy, and it is we who created it, and it's not a continuation of the People's National Party's policy under the Peter Phillips-led administration, the man who everybody seemed to, they are painting the man that everybody hated, but the man who made a contribution, whether or not you liked him or not, and a valuable contribution, who passed all the IMF tests, that look, the people are still not feeling the robust economy that we have created. And then in contrast to that, you say, why we may not maintain the increase in the minimum in the salary in the public sector wages, because if the inflation increases, it might just disturb the fact that we are going to have to pay people, and we have agreements with these public sector workers, we're going to be able to honor it. So this Prime Minister came to us today and he basically said, while we're presenting to you that we are an A-grade student, we are probably a C+, but we want enough to understand that if we get our next term, we probably can get it right. It's not that we have it right. And it was an insult to the people of Jamaica to think that when Bobby Montague, in his arrogance, described his counterpart as he referred to them as idiot, easily to be beaten in the next general election. I'm asking how much people are going to suffer. How many more banks are you going to empty to make sure that this country is broke if you want to win the next election? You can't fool the people sometimes. You can't fool other people other time, but you can't fool the people all the time. You're not talking about crime none at all, because crime cripples everything else that we may want to achieve as a society. And you have demonstrated to me you don't have a crime plan. You don't have any way of solving this. But he took credit. He took credit from poor Betty and Blade, who he would have never even give a national award. Who was the one with Elaine, with Leslie, myself, and Carol Narcis that started that little group of advocate group to talk about missing children. But Bobby took the credit for it, and so nobody else in Jamaica can achieve what this JLP administration. He talked about housing, and yet still after him take the sledgehammer to the poor people that he so loved in this presentation, him gonna mash down the people the most after him realized that there was a Ponzi scheme of people who are associated with him, who are taking money from these people. And now he's talking about a social housing project when those people are now left to go fend for themselves. Boy, I don't know if anybody else feel the love I'm in black, because I'm blocking this out, because this can't be my Jamaica. This can't be the Jamaica that Marcus Garvey and our forefathers fought for. Telling half truths is not going to get you anywhere, because I remember my grandmother says, "Oh, what tangle web we weave when we try to deceive." But I don't want to cut the whole of the show, because I have other erudite persons who can speak.
Luke, George Cooke, human rights activist. Thank you. Don't go anywhere.
Jeffrey, man, you met the man said police come on me and kind of body we talk against Andrew, them come look for we and our bed bottom would be chamber part.
So Hylton,
Yes.
your take on what Luke just said, and also what is going on in Jamaica now? You and Christopher can answer this question. What is going on in Jamaica now? People are asking, is there a vibrant opposition party? What is going on with the People's National Party? You hear some shibangaran going on in Westmoreland about the seat going on in Westmoreland about Dayton Campbell and Eastern Westmoreland, and Western Westmoreland about Ian Hales. Is the People's National Party divided, or is it a party right now that you can say, yes, they're ready?
Well, let me just say, nothing is surprising about these things. In every party, there are problems. Whichever leader is around, there are some seats that you have challenges in. I believe that Comrade Golden, as a new leader, he has taken time to sort of gotten in the groove. I believe the party is settling down. I can't say it is fully united, but I think it is settling down quite well. The polls have shown that the public is now seeing PMP as a viable option. And as the party heals itself, as I said, these things take time. When Portia was there with Peter Phillips, it took some time. It only came together in 2010 after the 2007 and 2008 challenge. 2006, 2008. It came together nicely in 2000. And I think Mark Golden will do he has been doing a lot, because he has brought a lot of persons who were not so au fait with what's going on, interested, and he has brought them on board. So I believe once the party fully settles down, we will win the next election. And I also believe that Mark Golden, as the leader, I think he has the knowledge and the wisdom to do what is necessary to bring the party fully together. One thing you must also remember, Jamaican people don't vote in governments generally. They vote out governments. In 2020, they say, Andrew, give him another chance, make him get in 2 term, make him see what if him really genuine or give him like a time. Jamaicans are very patient people, but they have reached their limit. And they're saying, Andrew, enough is enough. We'll give you enough time. Let's give Mark Golding a chance now at it. And I believe once we concretize and once we fine-tune our messaging and continue on the path that we're continuing, unite the constituencies, just unite the PNP, and just continue going out there and showing the Jamaican people that we are in fact a better option now. We were a better option yesterday, and I think we will win the elections.
Christopher?
With what Andre, I think we're much more we were before. There's still some areas we're working on. Option of both Wales and the General Secretary down Westmoreland is smooth, and it is moving towards some sort of
Chris, I'm not
resolution.
hearing it clearly, Sir Christopher.
Any better now?
Much better from Negril point to Moran point, hearing it much better now.
Right. So I think the situation in Westmoreland are smooth. People to understand where they are coming to realize that a lot of the suggestions, things that by the government have actually originated from the People's National. For example, as I said earlier, the customs limit increase was actually suggested in the budget presentation by Mark Golding. So it's very interesting to see that people are saying that since this government seems devoid of ideas and a chance, because it is the opposition's ideas have been running this current government.
But people are asking this question. I'm gonna ask Luke George to come in next. But people are saying that why is it that the People's National Party, who led Jamaica for 18 livelong years, and you have a Portia Simpson Miller that came in, why didn't they use the policies that they had?
You're asking me?
Christopher?
Oh, it me? Oh, I thought yes, because I said Luke.
No, I'm gonna Luke to come in after
that.
this.
You can't ask me, I'm not a season PMP.
Hold on. Why not use the policies? It's not that we've changed policies. We've updated them for the time. PMP hasn't changed from time
No,
of
but
Mrs. Simpson.
Jeffrey, look, there was a calculation by the PMP and Omar Davis under Portia that they were going to wait until them win the election, them implement most of them things, and that was a miscalculation. However, me hear them show some shades on the PMP today. Them say, "Oh, we're not united," and they go for Venetia Phillips to announce her today. Oh Lord, the lower hanging fruit, the person who seems to have been more Labour right in her comments on social media recently than the whole Labour right party together. A disgruntled woman who benefited and got a law degree from
I would like to say this, and people can hear me when I say this. The reason why Andre Hylton is not in Parliament is Venetia Phillips.
Oh, okay.
Right?
It should drag on.
Him can tell you better than me. I don't man. But
me not come here. Me not come.
Right?
Me stress out enough. So me not come here for have no stiff face. But I'm glad you said that.
Let me say this.
What?
Venetia Venetia's departure is of no moment. Venetia's departure was well expected, and we are waving her goodbye. Have
That no,
fun. Big up
and
yourself.
Jeffrey, I think it was 2 years ago that Venetia Phillips at Michael Manley Memorial was representing the mayor of Kingston and St. Andrew. She represented of all the councillors that is at the mayor's disposal, Venetia. And then today to announce it to say that look here, we remember Carl Samuda jump ship. We remember Gordon jump ship. People go where they want to go, but the problem for me is to justify why I would think that Jamaicans are going to be convinced that the People's National Party is so divided that a Venetia Phillips coming to talk about the PMP that she, more than her constituents, have benefited from, is any token to say that you're ready. That's not what the people wanted. We wanted to hear about a policy that is going to safeguard the $13,000 increase that people will have to be able to live on that $13,000 given the inflation in Jamaica, that people can buy food. Do we want to hear about a health system that people will be able to get medication or they will not go to the hospital? So don't come to me about the Montague and tell me about fixing up hospital and how prime ministers they said me wait man and then said me wait and then them get a little piece of the thing because for them time I come. Tell me that when we go to KPH, one of the best hospital in the English-speaking Caribbean, that when my grandparents used to go there, it was next to none. That the equipment will work, that when I get the medication, I'll be able to comply with my doctor's request to take it because I can buy food. Tell me why pensioners are still now going out and are joining every food line that the Catholic outreach have. Tell me why they have to live like this. And I was so delighted when he talked about JPS and the high cost of electricity and that they're going to look at a more effective way. But your government, why can't you end in one of JPS and then invite more people to compete? I don't understand. And then, when we hear Earth Chang say, which is, I don't understand how nobody knows no growth today. It's like the spirit of Pinocchio just dead out. Mark Golding changed the law that people can't get their record expunged. Oh God, man, you have been there 7 years. Mark Golding is not in government. Why people can't, after them do the crime, them pay the time? And they are lying to the Jamaican people because they can today, Jeffrey Tavares, change it. On the PMP took you 6 months to get a police record. Under the Jamaica Labour Party, people have been waiting 4 years and cannot get a police record. The PMP is not in power. Stop lying about it to the people because, again, we no fool. We never talk about there was a tsunami. The people them get them from them never come there for free. Stop lying to the Jamaican people and take the thing. Corgold, pot and rum never did be out. And people they go drink and yammer with them sorrow because they know that's the only day you value them. And then hear how disingenuous they are. Look here, we can achieve most of the hit the street, Go in the parties and edges. Hypocrites. Hypocrites. We deserve better than that. What? We have elected some of the worst people. Me don't want to stand up in a court with them for their courage. Them lie for me, I forgot you. But one thing me can tell them though. You say if PMP put Supreme Ventures on them ticket with them candidates, them hands down, Supreme Ventures Jamaica on a day-to-day basis. We need better policies and have about on the right handbook for councillors. And the pay councillors better. Pay the Jamaican people. We deserve a pay.
Andre Hylton, I want you to come in, but give me a minute there. Luke and Christopher, mute your mic for me, please, because whenever Luke was talking, I could hardly hear what he's saying. Just mute your mic for me. I want to mute mine. Andre, it's all over to you.
Thank you. I agree with you, Luke. Excellent observations. But the whole crossing of the floor today seemed to be their high point. If you ask me, if you ask, what did you leave the conference with? And even the news media seemed to be carrying it as the high point, 3 councillors came over
when
to
you
the
finish,
jail.
When you finish, Sir Andre, when you finish, I'm going to play a clipping, a video clipping, courtesy of the Jamaica Observer, with the goodly lady Miss Phillips giving a reporter. As soon as you finish speaking, I'll play that. Go
Sure.
ahead, sir.
Sure. And I mean, Christopher has made this statement. I won't comment directly on it, but just to say that if Venetia, she was my campaign manager in 2016, by the way. If she chooses to go over to the JLP, I believe that's her choice. Not condemning her for it. I'm a little disappointed. No, I'm very disappointed. I've been hearing the rumors for a long time, and I really didn't expect her to do it, but that's her choice. And I'm not going to say good riddance and all those. I'm not going to do that. But I'm going to say that from what I've picked up on the ground in Eastern St. Andrew, in particular, the Papine Division, the PNP supporters in Eastern St. Andrew and in the Papine Division are very, very upset. And I believe it is going to be a major motivator for our voters to turn out election day. The fact that she did what she did. You see, there's a lot of signs that have been around from 2011, even before 2011. But people just never expected her to do this.
Yes.
And I believe it's going to hurt her more than benefit her in the long run. But I wish her well. I mean, it's her choice. And I don't have anything personal against Venetia. She does her thing. I do mine. But I will leave it at that. I wish her well.
Let me play this clip in here. Where Luke disappeared to? Let me play this clip in here with this lovely lady, Miss Phillips, speaking to somebody from the Jamaica Observer earlier on today at the conference of the Jamaica Labour Party. And believe you me, when I heard the lady spoke, I was like, what on earth is going on here? Let's.
So, this decision was finally made over the last month. I have been engaged for the last 2.5 years by colleagues of the Jamaica Labour Party and members of the leadership. But I didn't want it to be something that was kind of a knee-jerk reaction from my deciding to go independent and leave. I had a lot to think about. I had to think about why I was PNP. And I had to think about what it is that I want to convey to Jamaica by my actions as a representative. Having looked at the PNP, you will agree with me. It is not the organization, certainly, that you are used to from Michael to today. It is regrettable that I came to the conclusion that the PNP could not be the people through which I could continue to serve Jamaica at whatever level. I also came to the conclusion that the PNP in its current form is not in the best interest of the people of Jamaica in terms of what is required to move us forward. Having reviewed what Andrew has done, here PNP being stated on platforms, Andrew Holness is using Michael Manley's playbook. Think about that message. I had to.
I'm not gonna play this thing any further because honestly, I'm gonna ask this question. I'm not gonna play this thing any further. It takes her a long while to realize that the People's National Party wasn't the viable party for her.
No, look, Jeffrey, when you hear people with the full them belly, and just because them no want, them don't want to go drink gravy like the rest of us, them still want meat, talk, you know that you must treat that with a grain of salt. Because my granny always said, dog a sweat, but long hair a cover it. So Venetia have some skeleton, and she owe it to the people that she lied to. She lied to. And remember, we have seen crosses, there was no greater cross like Al Samuda. And we see what it is. There are people who are hungry for power and they will do anything to hold on to it. But that goes to show that it has never been about the people. It has been about them. Good luck to them. Them take PMP. People should have the right for crossover. She find a man who she can serve under, who is better able to facilitate the growth of women in this country. God bless her. But it shouldn't have taken her this long. And it just goes to show it's about me and not about the people. The gentleman who is sitting on the panel, who is very honest, said, well, me now will no bitter grudge against she. All right, we are moving from this. But today we heard some more. That now look like some boy PMP is really in shambles. But Bobby Montague should remember that Jamaican people here say him and Andrew did have argument in them because they had said that he would have made a better prime minister than Andrew Welders. And them sit down and them ratified because them have to make sure so them hold the people in austerity measures. And that is what their ulterior motive is about, holding us in austerity measure, because the things that matter to us is not what matter to him. You hear the prime minister said today, like the real SSR Fuhrer, he might give out 40 how much million, and then the MP have to send up to the office of the Prime Minister where them want for the wish road them want, and them want consultation with the people. He has not consulted with us as to why he's ramming through the constitution reform, lying about it that the discussions were not taking place way ahead of the PMP and the JLP, and they were always stalled because obviously each side had a position that the other side could not agree to. And what we are not getting is a constitution reform. What we are getting is a dictatorship that says that we want to remove the king, we want to make sure that we maintain position and power. He talks about climate change as to say, wow, nothing was being done on the stage of climate change. But what you need to do is to talk about community preparation if we were to have a massive disaster, how the community, and that is a big consultation that needs to take, because in light of the several earthquakes that we have had, in light of the fact that the planet, Jamaica has have been one of the hottest planets on Earth for the last 3 or 4 years, we need to he spoke to the raising of the sea and some other things, but that's a consultation that we need to have, because then that takes into account food security.
Look, I don't know what's going on with your mic.
Maybe them jam me.
Say something again, because I think your mic is going in and out.
Yeah, but maybe them jam me. You think I should be a major free? Maybe them jam me, but what I'm basically saying, I would have put climate change as a big consultation with communities to talk about community readiness for a natural disaster. You can't hear me?
Your audio is, go out and come back in for me. Your audio is going. So, just go out and come back in, please. Sir Hylton, based on what you hear Luke is saying, you agree or disagree with him?
With which aspect of it?
Yes, I mean, basically everything with Miss Phillips coming back down to the PM speech and so forth.
Well, as I told you before, you know, and he referred to the climate change matter and the constitutional reform. I believe what the Jamaica Labour Party is doing is tinkering with the Constitution. I believe in 1962, when it was the Constitution was written, we had learned men like Lawman Lynch who and others who came together and worked through the Constitution. In 1962, we had illiteracy at 80%. You know, it's a different Jamaica today. We have very bright people who are interested in the rock and wants to be a part of the process of re-engineering this constitution. And I believe the mere small changes that is being proposed is not nowhere near enough what needs to be done. I believe, and I have recommended to the People's National Party, that we should take to the streets with some town hall meetings and look at a broad approach to constitutional reform. Because, and Chris is a lawyer, so he can back me up on this. Because our Jamaicans, the present day Jamaicans of 2023, is requiring a different constitution, a more practical constitution, a constitution that speaks to our Jamaican reality, without the monarchy being the center of it, a constitution that focuses on the people and the benefit and the empowerment of the people, a constitution that assures the protection of the most vulnerable. I believe that we need a new constitution, a fully new constitution. And we have some bright minds in this country who's able to do it. So I think it's a, I wouldn't say it's a waste of time, but I certainly believe it's not enough what we're looking at in terms of constitutional reform. We should just do it properly once and for all and get it over the way. So that is my thing on it. In terms of the environment thing, as I said before earlier, that the fact that the People's National Party under the leadership of Portia Simpson Miller established a ministry of environment and climate change, it shows that the People's National Party has always been conscious of this fact. And I think it was dishonest of the Prime Minister to present this as a new idea that he has come up with. It's certainly not true. We have to take climate change seriously. Well, you know, one of the things I really hope that the Prime Minister would have mentioned in his speech is reparation. I heard nothing about that. I don't know if some members of his party does not support it, but I believe it is something that the people are asking for. And I believe that the Prime Minister of Jamaica should log on to what the people are saying. It's time we have that frank discussion about the need for reparation. And I didn't hear that from him either. So those are my thoughts.
You know,
But
Luke,
but
welcome
Jeffrey,
back, Luke.
yeah,
Yes,
but
go ahead.
Jeffrey, continuing on what Andre said, look, you know what would have been good to talk about as well, Jeffrey. I think somebody said in the one of the presenter, they said that for the
South
rural
Central is the best.
Jamaica, yeah, and I hear Rhoda Crawford get a big up. You know, Rhoda Crawford is like now the star girl at the party. And
The word I want and Jeffrey shut him up.
yeah, the mayor talked about the whole Crab City and what they were able to do, although them seem to be eating more crab ground than the PMP. But when you look, you see them out there. But those things that they should have thought about long before. So what they're basically talking about, blaming the people. To me, it is because you really had nothing substantial to say to the Jamaican people, because you have not said, in light of the fact that you can't return Usain Bolt money. The investigation is going on. You cannot tell us that you're going to secure us from these bank charges that we're paying that are excessive, that you're giving out to your friends. You cannot tell me why it is that you still cannot come to the Jamaican people with a national security plan that is going to be collective security for surety, that is going to make people who you told as an election promise, you told them that them can sleep with them windows and door open. But you draw a sharp comparison to the fact that Maitland was brought into custody very quickly and very speedily, and that there was police reform. People every day in Jamaica is complaining about police brutality, and your national arena to tell us that you are such a better group of people, so you want one more term because you want PMP to feel the 3-term prong of what you felt. Come on. We need more than that. We need to ask ourselves, why CXC fees, Jeffrey? And CXC fees should have been paid from. Why is it that people are applying to the National Health Fund, which is that they must have because they're in critical position, but you cannot give them? Why do you give $10,000 to the people on part, but yet still you're talking about unemployment is at the lowest? Shouldn't we see people coming on part and every day hundreds of Jamaicans? I just want to ask Andre something. I'm a member. Was it Mr. Siago who started this woman named Robinson? because the legacy of Robinson was that she created it. But then again, you need to assess how effective Hard Trust is, because yes, while it is offering training, and I am not against training, don't get me wrong, that's good. But where are the jobs? Because in that presentation today, him said that there are some high-end jobs, and so they're going to introduce this one university college facility where we are going to train people in math, science, technology. But why didn't you not infuse that with Hard Trust? Because if Hard Trust is delivering and has contributed significantly to the development of the Jamaican people, then we don't need for create another thing, We just need for merge things down and join them up. But me no remember Mr. Siaga start Hard Trust. Me think I did that one lady when named Robinson. And last but not least, um, I will start hard.
Well, let me tell you, no, technically it was started under the Edward Seaga administration of the 80s. But please remember that it is a repackaging of Kabla, which Norman Manley started, the Kabla schools, when you weren't doing well, you go learn the trade, learn electrical, you learn plumbing, and so on. And what Seaga did was repackaged it, called it Heart, and instituted an education tax that funded it. So it had a dedicated tax to fund it. So it became very big. And you have to give him credit for doing that. I still believe for the money that we're spending, we're still not seeing the value for it. But it's a bigger problem, when you have the level of persons coming out of high schools, going through high schools, can't read and write. When you have persons going into high school who are not motivated about learning, we have to fix the education system. The system of education that we have with us today in Jamaica has not worked for the great majority. We have to fix it, and we need interventions. I sort of mentioned it earlier on the program that we have to look at basic schools. Start with the basic schools. At 5 years old, we have a micro center, a micro college to evaluate children. We should have that on almost everywhere in Jamaica. So if we need to know at 5-year-old why a child is not learning, we can deal with it. Whether it is that they are being abused, whether they are dyslexic, whether they have a learning disorder, whether they have a disability, we don't know, but we have to fix it. Because if we can fix the children early, catch them early, and then institute the kind of values and attitudes that we need in the next generation, we can have a better rounded, motivated youngster coming into primary school, into high school, learning better, and then therefore Heart would have been easier. But a lot of them going into Heart can't matriculate, some can't even pass a basic test, and so on. So we are not able to capture the majority of persons in the education system, because Peter Phillips looked at it as the apartheid system education. We have to fix it. We have to fix the software side of the Jamaican people, not the hardware. The hardware, we want a road, we want big building, we want this, yes, but we have to spend more money in re-engineering the minds of the great Jamaican people that we are to achieve our full potential. In every basic school, you can know an abused child. Almost every murderer in Jamaica is an abused child. So if you catch and stop the abuse early and fix it, you can have a promise in that child. But if we continue ignoring it, then they're going to go through the system.
Sorry, Sir Clarke, I didn't know you're still there. Marcel Clarke, because I wanted to come on in here. But I want to ask Sir Hylton, I want to ask Christopher Henry a question here. I heard the Minister of National, I call him the Minister of National Insecurity, that's why I dub him as the Minister of National Insecurity. But people say I must behave myself. The Minister of National Security, Dr. Harris Chang, he said that dancehall artists, was it Bounty Killer?
No, no,
Ninja Man.
Ninja Man. That wrote a letter both
Yeah,
to
Ninja
the
Man.
Prime Minister himself and the opposition leader. And the Minister of National Security criticized the opposition leader today that is the Jamaica Labour Party that did something under the Edward Seaga government when it comes on to rehabilitation of prisoners. Your take on that, Christopher?
I'm really not in a position to comment on that one in terms of. I think the only one to respond to leader of the opposition, embracing some of the
Mhm.
ideas in terms of rehabilitation, and we have not done claim that. I think Edwards, they were the last administration to deal with the rehabilitation of prisoners that is on it because not much rehabilitation has taken place in general. The prisoners sit there and a lot of them come time and end up going right back to what they were doing before. So I'd love to know where this rehabilitation is that they're speaking of. And
Mhm.
Ninja Man's made some very valid suggestions in his letter, not because he's a prisoner, he should be dismissed. And what we can pick sense from, we should pick from.
Yeah, but Chris, but
Sir Clark,
oh,
hold on for me, hold on for me, Luke. Sir Clark, you said you can shed some more light on that. Go ahead.
All right. The Ninja Man letter is not the first one, you know. It's about his third letter, with similar outline. Um, if the security minister is boasting about a rehabilitation program in the prison system, then why do we have so much repeat offenders? Why is there such
There we
a
go.
high return rate of persons if the thing is working properly? Let's use the some aspect of the Jacure story. He was able to record a song that became number one and whatever. But what I realized that the program um, is somewhat tainted by corruption, and the persons that are really benefiting are those officers that in charge, and they abuse the fact that these artists are there, so they are making it a monetary gain for themselves. Um, if it is really a rehabilitation program, they would see a vast drop in the return rate of prisoners. Let's use Madagascar for a prime example with crime, right? Madagascar didn't build prisons. They never did enlarge the police force or their equipment or stuff like that. What they did was what? They started a feeding program in the schools, right? And within 2 years, they had a serious drop in serious crime problem because a fed child going to school learns better. Now, we say we have a feeding program and part program, and there's a difference in the food with the part students than the normal students. So the part student don't want to come front and take the food. You know what I'm saying? Or
Yeah.
if they take it, it is substandard, it's not nourishing. So these are some of the things that the Minister of Security should be talking to the Finance Minister and the Minister of Education and taking these similar approaches and actually work on our serious rehabilitation program in the prisons so that we have we have a major reduction in the return rate. They're not doing that. What they're doing is just a piecemeal thing. Everything is a piecemeal, and they talk about numbers. Oh, we put 1,000 prisoners in a rehabilitation program, but where's the fruit that it's bearing? None. Everything is about numbers. When you talk about,
yeah,
I have to come on here and talk about this one based on some affiliation, but on the draw me
Mhm.
out tonight. Let's let's use the training organization that we talked about earlier, right? It's a revolving door. The curriculum is substandard. It is just to get them in and get them out and say, boy, you train 10,000 people across Jamaica. But put them on the job force. They don't know much because it's basic training and you certify them. You know what I'm saying? The training is
Mhm.
more of a, when you look at the curriculum, I'm telling you, it's disappointing. I have instructors coming to me and say, boy, this is foolishness. We can't teach this. They need to learn more than that. That's what I'm hearing.
But Sir Clark, I know attorney at law Christopher Henry, junior spokesperson on foreign affairs and foreign trade, said he has to go shortly. I don't know if my good friend Sir Hylton have to go shortly to where he can stay with us some more time.
No, Chris now go because remember I promised we are drinking now. Now go,
No, I have
and
half
him
an
know
hour.
that yeah,
I have half
him
an
know,
hour
I
with
can't give you.
Marcel.
I can't give you the drink when you're
um,
in foreign.
not today's presentation, Jeffrey. We need stiff drink. Cause this you can't take this one with a straight face. You hear what Clarke has said now? It was after that same foolishness, that the man talked about expungement in reform, Him say Mark Golden change the law. Want somebody for fact check him, and come back and tell you what did Mark Golden change. Because me all want to ask Mark Golden is what he changed. But what he didn't say, for instance, every other crime apart from young people, Jeffrey were living everyday hard situation, carry a little drugs. They might not have wanted to do it, but because of the hardship at the time, them do it. That is not expungable. Expungement program, as they say, boy, so easy for Jamaicans who have gone through that prison system, and that make it so easy. And Mark Golding come change the law. It make it harder. That is why it's always somebody else's problem, but not the Jamaica Labour Party problem. Them find you with a gun, you might not get your record expunged. Now the one that I would have considered that you really should expunge, it should not be expungable just like that. It should go through really another process. Is people who have committed murder. But there are people who have committed self-defense, and so you have to look at it in terms of the context in which these people do the thing. But we need the truth. Just say that we are in power and we are making it easier for Jamaica, the system, to live a of life, be reunited with society without having the history of the youthful exuberance. We make decisions at our life when we are at a dark place in our life, but people have come out of the prison system by not paying attention to what Ninja Man said. There's a lot of validity because I'm treated as an animal. A country is judged based on how you treat your elderly, your disabled, and your miscreant. And what Ninja said, if you have people incarcerated who can pay their debt to civil and their families and community by contributing in a substantive way, looking at it. In the United States, prisons are private, people make money off of them, their prisoners go to work, and so forth. So you should really look at reform. It speaks to social justice because there are still people in the prison system that they don't have money to pay brand friend Christopher. So they need people to go in and look at that level, an individual level. But it was just disingenuous to hear Horace Chang. But Horace Chang, another in another venue, say Mark Golding, I'm very, very friend. Him and Mark Golding go from within now. If him and Golding good friend, and him can tell that the life of Mark Golding, me no want him for no friend, him throw poison in my drink. Them just like to talk things when they're in the public to excite the people, but the people buying it. They are not buying it. They are not buying it. Mr. Chang, that you need to ask. You need to answer Jamaican why you have a negative image. The Minister of National Security in Jamaica as one of the biggest done. This is what you need to answer to the Jamaican about. Why people question say you are party and party and supporting the gang warfare in Montego Bay. This is the allegation. Again, if you read the comments as you listen to that conference and see how people are expressing liar, thief, murder and system, it's a dark danger we are talking about. We leader them like that because it look like Alibaba and the 40 thieves. It's a gang of Alibaba and the 40 thieves. So, Horace, the time you're there and I take on Mark Golden, Uno had 7 years to show the Jamaican people that they should think in orange. Because the man was say when him was him look good in a green, because he just realize that he went to a green and got turned back orange again. Because you your part. You only care about your belly and your pocket. Now come fool nobody. Nobody not buy that. But me come from green. And me never know so me look so in a green. You do it in the green.
Hold on there for me, Luke. Luke, hold on for me. I know Chris have to leave. So, Hilton,
Yes.
you have to leave now too?
No, I have half hour more with you.
Okay, good.
Jeffrey. Jeffrey.
Yes?
I just want to ask Luke something. I heard him say something. I never catch what him say. Who is that the biggest Dan?
Oh, the people
I never hear you.
have it to say. No, man. The people across from Moran Point to have it to say that it is alleged that Dr. Chang, there was a set of
Yes.
taping going around, where people are talking about put gun out. Me never see me now. Me I say it alleged. So Horace, me know say
Be careful.
on have a way of leading people.
Hold on for me, Luke, because the Minister of Misinformation, the great Minister of Misinformation for Jamaica, is telling people that they're gonna start sue people over social media and start a shibangarang. It is alleged. Mr. Cooke never said he see anybody. It is alleged. It is also alleged in the Jamaican diaspora that the Minister of National Security, Mr. Hylton and Mr. Henry, that the Minister of National Security cannot travel. Christopher, you're fine.
I don't know anything about. I don't know anything about
Hold on,
that. But
Clarke.
yeah, I don't know anything about. Yeah, man, I don't know anything about that information that alleged. But I think we see that today's conference was underwhelming. That they have provided the reason why they should continue as the government of Jamaica, except for begging, asking for another chance, like a displaced spouse. No plans that are truly in place for mental improvement of Jamaican people. And we need at the earliest convenience to simply vote them out. Every last one of them.
Thank you very much, Christopher. Thank you very much, Christopher Henry, Junior Opposition Spokesperson, Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade Attorney at Law, a son of the soil, a man who is gonna give the word I want to use, but I don't use it. The man gonna give Carl Samuda a run for his money. Christopher?
More than a run for money. I think.
Indeed.
Carl
Thank you
Samuda.
very much for coming on, Christopher.
Carl Samuda, Christopher. Carl Samuda na retire.
No.
Oh, I'm thinking retire.
Well, he resigned as
still
a
very
cabinet
much present.
minister.
Oh,
Right, he resigned from the cabinet, but that's a.
Yeah.
Oh.
He has indirectly seen as if he will not be running back. However, you can't put anything past these people. But whether some Muda is running or another Muda is running, Christopher is going to be a formidable candidate. I think he will win that seat.
Yes.
Oh, Jeffrey, we better get the drink before him run him can't talk to we. Because we know the Vumva van, the Vumva V. So let us make sure we get the drink.
God. More than drink this Christmas, Luke. Goodbye. Gentlemen, have a good
God bless you.
day.
God bless you.
All
I
right,
know that I will be eating from Davies table.
All right, Chris, take care.
All right, Christopher, all the best, my friend. I'll give you a call.
No, but
No,
Yeah,
but
man, take
invite
it
yourself
later.
to dinner from now.
All right, Andre, take care.
no, well, look here, Andre look like him is a more gracious host. He give me me and my hungry belly children them. So me I got one Boxing Day and one Christmas Day. But seriously, there was no salute given today. No, me I laughing now because you see, for me, as a young Jamaican, no understand why young people don't like politicians. And sad to say, Andre, no disrespect. You know, Andre talk, that's a balanced argument. And maybe, me don't know if I become come out of politics. I don't know very well, so I can't speak to him character. But Jamaicans want somebody who is
Hold on
bigger
there for me,
and the in.
Luke, hold on a minute for me. The little that I know about the goodly gentleman, he's a plain and straightforward person. He doesn't beat around the bush. He tell it like it is. That's the little I know about him. So I don't think he's one of those politicians who will tie up a person just to get the vote. I don't think so.
Oh, well, what may I say? This is what Jamaica need. You see how Anthony could have come and him can say, yeah man, we have some problem. We have fix it. That is a man who me can't believe in. Thing about this perfect utopic Jamaica. Which part me live? Why is it a Jamaica Labour Party supporter who has been a supporter from John was a boy? I call me and ask me for help now that she's lying down on her bed. And me not no money. Me not no money. She asked me for write a letter for her to the mayor and to the party leader. She had a major health challenge and she said it looked like she gotten. She after them use her. And this is a woman who can tell you that her history is making sure that when the JLP needed numbers, she transfer votes from one local to another local. And then the man a come on stage and I go on like to the whole line people them happy because they're everywhere Mr. Chuck going, the people them say, we're ready, we now go back. Come on, Mr. Chuck. Which Jamaica you live in, brethren? I mean, we don't look.
Not Mr. Chuck, Mr. Chang who said it.
Mr. Chang, look, Mr. Chang. We can't go shop. We can't go shop go buy nothing. Because what we used to buy for $10,000, we not even get a scandal bag of no. You talk inflation and you talk about making sure that we cut down we depend on the Jamaican market. Tomato at $200 a pound in the market right now, and we grow tomato in Jamaica. And for the Jamaican, that is a lot. And over the next coming weeks, that is going to increase because for people to buy it from the farmers to bring it in, it is just costly. The workforce that you're talking about, can you tell me where these jobs are coming from, Mr. Hylton? And where them jobs are come from? Because people give you a resume and ask if you don't know nobody because they are of the view. If you don't know anybody in Jamaica, you don't get a job. Where did we get these jobs from, Mr. Hylton? And one of the few we never hear them want to talk about. Staten, I have written to ask them why me not see no surveyor come on my yard. Still we pay out $1 billion for starting to carry out census, which is important for government to put its policy and how it is going to spend the money based on the needs of the people assessment, the data from Staten. How then can you be just reeling off that unemployment go down, but you can't complete the Staten census report? At the first, me see this in history, from me know myself as somebody who can go to first, me see this in history. And you know what me realize, Mr. Hylton, this deficit, this deficit that we have now, how are we going to tell young people to love this country and to serve it when our leaders are making a big blow, are using lies to cover up the wrongs that them do? Why can't these people just speak the truth and let us have it and keep on lying to us, knowing that right around the corner and pay double for trouble?
Very good points you have made. And earlier I made some comments about the narrative that the Jamaica Labour Party is promoting of shortage of employment. Need good people to work. There's not enough labor around. I think it's a dishonest, because as I said before, that while statistically the unemployment figure is low based on the formula they use, one of the component in that report is not spoken about. And the fact that once they are being interviewed and you're asked the question, Are you in the employment market? Are you looking for a job? Are you working? No. Are you looking for a job? No. Then you're not surveyed, you're not calculated. Now, in that number, it's about, that number is in fact over 700,000 persons who are not working, don't want to work. What we need a study, the Prime Minister says I'm doing study to look at crime. He should be studying that as to why 700,000 Jamaicans don't want to work. That is the big question. And part of it you spoke to. You're working on $13,000 minimum wage. You can't pay bus fare and buy lunch. By the time you're done for the week, you can't buy or save or put any food on your table. So therefore, a lot of people have chosen to try some other kind of hustling and so on. We have bigger, the problems are bigger, and it makes no sense we use marketing to give this facade that everything is bright and beautiful. It is not. So I'm saying to you, we need to look at creating the kind of employment that people can be well sustained. Another big problem too, and this is why I don't trust the Jamaica Labour Party with this employment business. There's a lot of people coming into the hotel sector as an example, taking up some of the finest jobs, making some serious bucks, and our people have to be running to Florida to go clean floor. Our persons with their degrees are going to Florida, not in Florida, in the United States, all over, to go and clean floor and make up bed. And yet we have foreigners here that is being paid 3, 4, 5 times what our local people are being paid. We have persons, again, the small business, the small profit centers in the tourism sector that should be given to the local people. Photography, tours, all the small businesses that is profit centers for the hotel sector, which is, I believe, should be the local people, are now being given to foreigners. We have to change this. Hotels importing food, cabbage and lettuce, them importing food every week. What we're doing about that? And we have land and we have farmers that are very talented. We must, if there's a problem with our farmers and reliability, that's where Mr. Floyd Green comes in. Let us streamline them. Let us manage the process to make sure that X amount of lettuce is being produced for the entire hotel sector every month at a competitive price. That can be done. That's what the ministry needs to do. We can't be importing so much food. I'm gonna finish. You have furniture, and every piece of furniture in these hotels, most of these hotels are imported in Jamaica. I think Spanish Court S Hotel is one of the few hotels that me say give local people some business and employ local managers and try get the local industry involved with their hotel business. Most of these people need to do better than this, man. And we as a government needs to make sure it happens. And the PMP getting in the power must make sure it happens too. I say we can make these started linkage and another big thing. But when the PMP comes back in the power, we have to take it serious. And I promise if they don't, I'm going to criticize them on it.
You know something, Sir Hylton? I'm happy you touched on that, because I heard my wife spoke about a lady who planted onions in St. Elizabeth. And when they started imported onions, she said to the government, I can feed the whole of Jamaica with onions. And you all importing onions? So I believe that the government continue because of the people. This is how I call them, Mr. Hylton. I don't know if you listen to my program sometimes, because I call them the people of the Vumvavant and the Vumvavi. And because the people of the Vumvavant and the Vumvavi, the Spanish people and all those people, because they're bringing in, they come with the big hotels, they give them the leeway. And people must remember, is this Labour Party government in the 1980s allow hotels to book rooms from overseas and no revenue coming to Jamaica? Am I wrong? Am I wrong, Mr. Hylton?
Yeah, man, you're correct. You're correct. The point is, though, is that we have to take this thing serious. Nothing is wrong with investors. We need foreign investors. We don't want to run them. But if we're going to, if the tourism sector is going to be sustainable, then the people of Jamaica has to benefit from it. I also believe that, like some other countries, we have to regulate the all-inclusive policy. It can't be that every G's, as a Portland, for instance, a parish that I love dearly. We don't want no if you go Portland, you can walk in the way nice street, talk to people, interact. No, when you start to build all-inclusive hotels in Portland, what is going to happen? The little people who normally go, tourists who normally go to the shop, them go buy at the bar or go to dance with the people and support them business, will no longer be there. So the Jamaican people are going to be boxing bread out of dog mouth. We have to create a policy that has a mix of all-inclusive hotels and community tourism that speaks to places where people can go on the street. Let me tell you something. Nobody not trouble no tourists. Whichever ghetto they go into, nobody no trouble. The Japanese has proven that. They come to Jamaica and they're in the baddest area. Gunshot of fire all over their head. And them seem to be excited about it. Nobody interferes with them. So I am saying, let us put back the tourism to interact with the people and to spend some money with the people. So it's not only the hotels are making money. These all-inclusive hotels have gotten greedy. Capitalism is not a bad thing, you know. But capitalism without conscience is folly. We have to have us regulate to ensure that the common Jamaican benefit from this tourism product that we have and we boast about. It can't be just a little tax you get from the travel thing or the little waitress where you pay. And we have senior managers in this country go to Florida, go and Connecticut, go and clean floor in the hotels because them can't get a decent job after them study and pay them fee, them thing to go to university. It's wrong. And we have to fix it. We cannot have farmers who are dumping their products. It can't wrong. People not going into making furniture anymore kind of make money again because they can't get a contract for supply furniture for a big hotel. But they're importing it. We have to stop. We have to get out of that system. And this is we PMP came up when we signed on to the WTO, you know, and the cheaper things. We have to help our people to produce at a competitive price and make sure we link them with the market and give them that protection so they can make money out of the business too. We have to do that. And I'm going to be talking about it for a long time. And I'm trusting Mark Golding to take it on and with whoever is the new Minister of Tourism.
Yes, because as what the late Wilmot Mutty Perkins would said, I am here sucking salt through a wooden spoon. This country of ours, Mr. Hylton,
But before we start
Jamaica
that,
is going down a slippery path and a slippery slope.
but
And if we
before
don't take back this country from where we're going in, God help us. Go ahead, Luke.
before Mr. Hylton goes, him and foreign exchange are our main earners right now. And today me hear them say, boy, I spoke about fisheries. Just to say that, you know, again, I'm so disappointed on people who go into politics and practice liaritis as a skill because before government really take on fisheries, you know, food for the poor, to their credit, we're helping the fishermen and women in all of the fishing village to try to get better equipment. Fishing became a talking point when they looked at it and talk about the blue, right, Mr. Hylton? So them call it the blue economy and that is potential for 2 billion. And today they talk about the what you call it, the creative industry, art and so forth. But them not protect that, Jeffrey, because right now and Chinese them a take over reggae music. And we still can't get a political party to name Bob Marley as a national hero and push him again for make him go. Well, Miss Lou and Bob Marley, them can't name them people the national hero, you know, because them come from the bowl of the poor. Everybody was poor one time and them love poor people. But those people still have an appeal, just like Usain Bolt, that if you really brand them again and build a story around it. And one of the things that me never hear them talk about was medicinal ganja that has the potential to really increase the revenue of the economy. They never spoke about that. But again, the message today was confident message. It was not a message that resonated with young people. Musicians are believed are more better than politicians. But we rely, Mr. Hilton, realistically, given the fact that there is change, which is a big key factor in how things shift tomorrow morning on foreign
What happened?
and tourism. And it's so interesting that the diaspora exchange, but they were not given a seat at the table. Them just got money amount out in the diaspora. If you don't listen to them lie, they contribute to the Jamaica Labour Party and even on the PMP party. On no wicked to the Jamaican. Give them on the money. The chief of staff becomes the commissioner of police and crime rise under film watch more than anybody else watch, and you still ain't that the man there. It should be paid performance, and that them need for the pay based on performance. But is there anything else, Mr. Hilton, apart from tourism? Me tired for hear this that Jamaica has to offer to the rest of the world.
Actually, that's an excellent question. I touched on a bit of it earlier, but it's something that we need to have a frank discussion about. What are we competitive in? We just have to look at it. There are some agricultural products, you know, that Jamaica is just very good at. We have Blue Mountain coffee that is found nowhere else in the world. Are we maximizing on it? Well, they're controlling a lot of local business through marketing and so on. Starbucks is not better than coffee is not better than Blue Mountain. But are we maximizing on that? We have ginger. Jamaica produces one of the best gingers in the world. Jamaica produces one of the best chocolates in the world. So if you look at some of our agriculture product that we are good at, nutmegs, those things, we could ackee, you know, we could make a lot of money out of it. When you think of America, if we could get our mangoes into America, how much money we could make. There are a lot of things that we are competitive at. So off the bat, we don't even have to talk about reducing production, manufacture or production cost. We are already competitive, but we are not serious about how we farm. We have to take farming very seriously. You talk about the arts. We invent rap, we invent hip hop, we invent reggae, we invent dancehall, and now it gone into reggaeton, it gone into. Do we have a business plan for this? How can Jamaica maximize on it? Why is it that in Kingston we don't have or in Jamaica we don't have a reggae sort of more reggae celebration? We can make money out of it. We're competitive. When you look at sports, we are excellent at it. I remember when Usain Bolt broke the world record in Beijing, and him said to him, "Usain, how you run so fast?" And him say, "Is the yam." And we as a country and entrepreneurs, and this is where our capitalists and our business people should be thinking, including myself, we should have developed a Bolt yam punch to sell to the Chinese. You can imagine you have 2% of Chinese buying a Bolt yam punch. We have a lot of things that we can be more competitive with. How do we make, and I hear Andre Houghton, Dr. Andre Houghton speaking about it recently, how can we make export easy? We're trying to make import easy. Nigel Clarke just announced they're moving the figure from 150 US to 500 to 100, from 500 US to make imports easy. What about the bureaucracy that is holding us up to export? How can we work with our foreign partners to make export easy? Why is it that I can't sell ginger tea under my brand to a market in England or in Germany or in Japan? Why can't I do that? How can we train our young people to use the internet to make money apart from them gone into scamming? We can make money legally. Jamaica can produce like China in terms of volumes, but we have a better quality. How do we train our people to deal with value added and to deal and connect that with the export market? Those are some discussions we need to start doing. We have a stadium. We have some of the greatest coaches. Why are we not putting in the Ministry of Sports, not putting in some programs and invite some of these athletes abroad to come and participate in what Jamaica has to offer? And then we build a whole program around that. We can tie that into tourism. There are so many. We have to be more innovative. We have to think outside the box. I don't think we have enough of that. We need to change the status quo. Jamaica has the ability to become first world, to make money and a decent life for our people. We just need to start thinking outside of the box and make it happen. One final thing I want to say about the tourism thing and the all-inclusive. When I was a youth going to Montego Bay, I remember St. James Street. When you walk down St. James, you see more tourists than black people, more white people than black people. Tourists walk up and mingle with the people. Why we can't have in Kingston? And I said some years ago about ghetto tourism, get every inner city community to have competition of who can host tourism. I started it in Augustown with Bedward and Sizzler. We got the Ministry of Tourism at the time, Wickham McNeil, to set signs up to declare Bedward Temple a national monument. Well, so national temple, so you can't interfere with it. We wanted Augustown to be a spot you can bring a tourist. You can have a big entertainment, sell art and craft, provide lunch, see Sizzler Studio, go see Bedward. Bedward was before Marcus Garvey, People don't realize that Bedward followers became Garveyites. Bedward was the most powerful man in the late 1800s who was conscious of the struggles of black people. We need to start doing that. We have ghetto tourism. The same communities are very competitive against each other. Maybe we as Africans are very competitive, because we're very tribal. So like competition. You have a dance, that's how reggae develop, Reggae develop out of competition. You had Cuts and Dad and Prince Buster and all of these people competing from dance to dance. That's how we are as a people. Why we don't put the communities to compete against each other and hosting tourists and see who's a better host of tourism and to entertain them? The natural vibe of the Jamaican people is what you can buy and you can sell. You can't put it on a shelf. You have to feel it from the people. So we have to start bringing back the tourists to the people. Make them what they want. Everybody can find sand and beach, nice white sand beach anywhere in the world. What they cannot find is the vibe and the spirit of the Jamaican people. We must make the person start feeling. So I'm saying to you, and answering your question, we have to think out of the box. Babs try herself, give Babs some credit, She's one of the culture ministers who have tried a few little things, but it's not enough. We're tinkering. We need to be transformational in what we're doing. Be radical. And I do believe that Mark Golden in the next PMP administration will be radical in some of these activities.
Let me ask you this before you go. And we're going to wrap up in the time soon because I see my good friend Sir Clarke bucking down the whole studio. So we're going to wrap up in the time soon.
You're not give the man no time. Give him no buck, him want talk.
I'm going to make him talk now too. Sir Hylton, do you believe that the opposition party, along with civil society and well-thinking Jamaicans, should demand the Prime Minister of this country and the Speaker of the House of Representatives to table the Integrity Commission report and to name the 6 parliamentarians for an investigation, sir?
A trick question, but I mean, what is happening in the parliament has never happened before. We've always had a situation when the reports are brought. When I was in parliament, that's what my experience was. And from other persons who have been there many years before me, that's what happened. You table the reports, people see the report, people read the report. So if there's nothing to hide, then the report should be tabled. If there's something to hide, you need to tell us what it is. This, I
No,
believe. Go ahead.
no, Jeffrey. Say the hammer upon the nail head there start. Here are the 6 people who are in the integrity report.
But he can't
We're
name
going
the
to ask.
he can't name the 6, you know.
Well, maybe his
Because
name is there first, but I am going to step aside because for confident to the Jamaican people that they deserve better than this, I am going to step aside and I'm going to ask my 5 counterparts to step aside until this is completed and we are clear, all our names are clear. If his name is there. But when I look at how him wife turned the whole parliament into a tenement situation, I feel a big yard, you know. She have big stick and know everybody business and she talk to people like say, I come the invitation at her BS. I think that is not the opposition, but it is the Jamaican people who should demand, because here's what is true. Floyd Morris said, Preda
Floyd
last
Green.
night, Floyd Green. Well, him for him Floyd something else. Cause him did broke the rule and come back and I go and like say him a rule follower. You know what him said today? Lord Sunni and them thieving people there for something. I agree you should make stiffer penalty, but you should have said today from and any politician who cannot file their file should not serve in parliament. Because it means that the people of Jamaica better than that. Anybody in the parliament before the court on land issue should not be serving as speaker of the house, because we cannot give the assurance to people that you can be wrong and strong. But a man is innocent until proven guilty, and in the mind of public opinion, Prime Minister and his wife, God forgive. No, I would have wanted Andrew Holness to succeed as Jamaica's youngest prime minister. I thought it was a year that youth brings about a sort of exuberance that ignites a fire in people. But everywhere you go, oh, the biggest two can artists in the whole country and his wife. I'm not happy with that image. No man, there's no job you want to keep. So when people lose them trust in me, after them put me there to go represent them, and the only set of people I benefit are for the backs of poor people. What happened to the money we're coming in this country for COVID-19? What happened to the money where the US government giving for unattached youth? Why I want to not go take them, put them down at St. Elizabeth, make them go farm, and then they're not go talk about oh, man will lose election at one place, run gone at one next place, so sure seat. Come on, so what wanna they do? What wanna do? How would them take for fool? Come on, we don't have.
You know something, Luke? Calm down, my brother. You know something? Mr. Hylton, the Jamaica since 2015 to 2018 collected 2-point-something billion dollars, both in loans and donor fund, 1/3 of $1 trillion Jamaican dollars. And it cannot be accountable for in some way or the other. And this is what I'm saying, that the opposition party needs to get up now. The time has come for the party leader of the People's National Party, Mark Jefferson Golden, to get up, show the members of the Jamaican diaspora and the Jamaican people that the time has come for the People's National Party to say to the Jamaica Labour Party, we the Jamaican people will not sit down and allow you people to continue in the breath that you're continuing. Get up and demand. If the People's National Party have to lead a delegation to the United Nations, do it. If the People's National Party have to lead 100-man march to Jamaica House, do it. If the People's National Party has to lead 100-man march to Washington, D.C., to the Jamaican consulate office or wherever, do it. The time has come for them to get up and stand up for the people of this country.
And
Yeah.
Jeffrey, on that note, they must carry the Jamaica Labour Party back to court for defamation. Why are you telling the Jamaican people that the PMP were standing up for criminal because the state and the S whatever was unconstitutional? It never
It
served
is
any
unconstitutional.
great. It was unconstitutional. Me said if the Labour right if them did good at administration like how them can story, trust me, utopia would be in Jamaica. That is a lie.
The-
You are
yeah.
telling the Jamaican people that you're standing up for criminal. Newsflash, show me which political party in a Jamaica now have criminal as part of them party. So our no get wing, you no wing. Stop lying to people, man. Stop lying to people.
Mhm.
Right? And
Yeah.
then take on a court about the constitution. It was being done in the dead of night. We were being partisan to our own development. We don't even understand the situation where we have, let alone we not go amend it to serve for ourselves and the rest of we get left up. Mr. Clarke, sorry for me and Mr. Hylton I chat so much. I have more teeth than you, man. We're born with more than 32.
Me have 32. But maybe you have more for true than me.
Don't draw
But I
me
sent that
tongue.
message for you in the private chat, you know. I sent that message in the private chat.
Oh.
You look at it. But
I wish one of the you go to private chat.
look at the bottom of the screen, left side.
Yeah.
All the way down to the bottom
Okay.
to the private chat.
Sir Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Sir Jeffrey.
Yes, sir.
Let me, you know, I when there's a positive, I highlight it. And the behavior this conference in comparison to the last conference is way much better this year. In my part of the woods, as I took to the streets this morning, the first thing I saw as part of
Be
the
careful when you
vote,
talk to the street, you know. Mine, I think you're the leading a rebellion like Marcus Gab.
no, me wheel and come again. Because I want to be politically correct. I don't want a lawsuit or a court case. Next thing more years, my door I kick in, my little piece of door where you can peep through. You know?
Road
The door
that
can barely
come
away.
from Wackle. Road that come from Wackland Dab and pick latrine till she have good house here now. Me want to be a politician. My next job career is a politician outside. Man, the people
Look,
really take people.
behave yourself.
And look, as my grandmother say, me want to is that thing when dishcloth on tablecloth. So me want on tablecloth. All right. But anyhow, as I was saying,
Hold on there for me. We need Mr. Hylton because I think he said he has to go now.
Yeah, I just wanted to give my parting shot.
Please.
I heard, by the way, that comment that sticks in my mind about the diaspora. It's important to note that the diaspora has played a most important role every time that Jamaica is going through a transformation. When the People's National Party was founded in 1938, even before 1938, the Progressive League were Jamaicans who live abroad who advocated for self-governance to come back to Jamaica and encourage the formation of a political party to bring about a political solution. And I also believe that now in 2023, the diaspora will be called or should be called upon to play a role in the new Jamaica that we want to create. I think we're at a crossroads. We must do that. Final thing I want to say, and I mean, I enjoy talking. It's a good rap session and lots of ideas and things. Nothing wrong with a politician living a decent life, but you mustn't thief to do it. I believe paying your politicians properly is an important thing. When Lee Kuan Yew stamped out corruption, the first thing he did was increase the salaries of all his politicians.
Yes.
He also dressed them in white. And the first man who took a little vacation from a businessman who I think might have been related to him, when he came back off the vacation, he was charged and sent to prison. So the system has to change. Because if you're a politician and you're going to run an election, you depend on a donation of $100 million or 50 million or 5 million or 2 million from a business owner, it means that you're going to be owing to that business owner. I think we should fund our election from state resources, and anybody who takes money from outside should be locked up. I think we have to really reform the system properly. And this is why constitution reform is so important. But let me just say something especially to our young people and to persons in the diaspora and all Jamaicans. We must encourage all Jamaicans to vote. The last election, we had a 37% turnout in our voter turnout, which is the lowest probably in history since 1944. We should never play with our democracy. You know who didn't vote? A lot of the learned people in the country, a lot of the intellectuals, a lot of the middle class people.
Give me 1 minute, please.
Sure. Right? Should I continue?
Yeah, man.
Continue.
Yeah. So if you look at who is not voting, is the people who can make an intelligent choice. And most of those who do not vote are persons who can assess the both political parties, see what's in their belly, look at their manifesto, look at their track record, and make an intelligent decision. Stop looking at PMP and JLP, look at governance. What are your policies? When my grandmother sick and go hospital, will she be cared for? When I call the police, will they come? If I send my child to Haile Selassie or Norman Manley High School, they will get a similar education than Campion or Immaculate. We need a government that sets those pulses and make sure to deliver these services to the people in an efficient way. So what I want to do is encourage everybody. It's election day anytime. Sensible people and the most of our society go vote. Politicians are go fret. Because if you're voting a man, I'm doing the well, voting back out. If you're voting someone else, I'm now the well, voting back out. Once we start doing that, and intelligent people of this country start voting, take ownership of Jamaica and vote for good governance, I am telling you, Jamaica is going to be changing. If we allow hungry people who are looking at $5,000 and a rum and boom to go and form your government, then we have to take the hungry belly government that we get. So I'm encouraging all Jamaica and the diaspora in particular. Diaspora is very influential now. Diaspora call Jamaica and say, do this and do that, Diaspora need to make sure every single person go out and vote intelligently in the next election. We have to take charge of Jamaica. We have to take ownership of it because it's ours. We are parents, 400 years.
Diaspora, Anthony, has to change their mindset. People, I'm glad you said that they learn in Jamaica and outside of Jamaica has system. They have created a bottleneck by not being truthful. And truth pressed down, as Martin Luther King said, must rise up again. But one of the things, Andre, is that people who aspire to want to lead people and to get their votes, they must have this disconnect after you get my vote after 5 years. I'm no longer important. Must stop. Me know say MPs have other jobs, them have other things to do, and worse when you're a member of the cabinet. You must formulate a system by staying connected to the people and allow the people to help to shape how they would want to see their governance structure run. And an consultation should not be about a particular set project that I'm giving you some road to fix, some money to fix road. We must fix people's life. The discussion today, again, it is egregious to hear you say that you bring hope to Jamaica and the PMP want come take away the hope where you bring to people. Faith themselves is dead, and faith is the evidence of the things that we hope for. Faith is the evidence of the things that we hope for, but not yet seen. After 60 years, Andre, we still have this discussion, you know. We should have moved the index poll from Jamaica moving from being a third world country to standing today. You were fed a healthy diet of lies that are there. So you see, all let me know. One of my brethren them abroad now for tell a little thing because things not so bright with me. Who ever believe that the man created a rosy picture, and that is the other thing. This prime minister talk on date to me at the start of the conference. It sound like and them are gonna call the local because them want test the local for see if them are gonna have a green tsunami. But end of it, no date was given. It's 7 years later. A local government is long overdue. Constitutionally, the court needs to step in. Minister, look here. The legislative branch of government need to say to them that you can't hold the people at ransom for not having a local government election.
No, but Lou,
But Andre,
hold on to me, Lou. Go ahead, finish your point.
before we go to that, you tell people to go vote. What people have to vote for? Are we going to vote on block to be lied to by the PMP and the Jamaica Labour Party? Should the message be and the mindset be, look here, in the past, this was the love politics where we take you for granted. We did have it for say Jamaica is an orange country. 100 people never voted in the election for the PMP. We have seen it in the last 2 elections. How are those people, plus people like me, who are of the mindset that politics has spread, that it has been more damaging while we can't forget it. The only man who could have come back to Jamaica and beat Andrew Wallace hands down, you know, apart from Supreme Ventures, is Michael Manley. Is the only man in history that everybody on both sides of the fence have a love for that man, and they have not. After how much year him dead. So how you going to now get a politics like Michael and Norman? Norman say his generation fought for our independence, and that the next one would have fight for the economic survival of the people. The Taiwan 30 years plan, food security first, technology second, the third year, in the third term, it's people's development. Come on, Andre. We're tired of people. We just come when them want we vote, and after that them leave. We're left out here. And last thing I want to Jeffrey, but know you want to talk hold your pant because me I forget me I get all in me I get great here and I only pass. Mark Gold needs. Oh, yeah, Jeffrey, nice. I can see you die. Mark Golden need you for go angle him image. It talk him sound disattached from the reality where people go through. He's not a bad person, you know. Mark Golden is a likable guy. He needs somebody to manage image and messaging. His message needs to resonate with young people because they are the ones that him not worry about the older people them mother banya, them pa banya, them now left you and them leader did billion not resonating because Mark Golden, me can't believe them say Mark Golden did have a sound system and the man don't play them. The man Felix some don't play we are gonna make young people. Andrew could have come back with Clarke, you know. I'm mad out if he did come back with Clarke's. Time have nothing now for come to with. We give you a chance, burn it. You burn your chance. You must go anger Mark Golden image. Since you know I run, go and anger Mark Golden and get the message out there.
Before I let Mr. Hylton answer the question, we the Jamaican people must call on the chief servant of the people, the chief servant of King Charles, the Governor General of Jamaica, to tell the Prime Minister that you have it is overdue. You need to call the election, and the governor needs to stop signing these SOEs.
The only thing the governor is happy with Jeffrey is when him said a man to prison for Aki. Charge Shaggy for keep concert on him property. He doesn't care about us. All I want to care about is the Governor General is getting a hefty pay. And if he becomes president, woo, man, I would carry his bag and let him buy me some suit. They don't care. The people of
Well,
Jamaica
hold on, Luke. Let
need to demand that the local government election.
yes. Go ahead.
Jeffrey,
Mm,
Yeah.
Jeffrey, you really
mm.
think the church brother, I gotta tell the church brother saying can't do this, saying can't do that. And they see a church brother throw money in a collection pit. What I'm telling you?
Andre,
The
you
PM
go.
can't
Yeah,
ask
but,
the
but
Governor General
you know
never
them.
correct the Prime Minister. Never.
Let me just say though that let me say I want to caution us, and we're a young country. We're only 61 years old. We're a young country,
You call that
and
young
it's not
Andre?
fair. No man, that's very young. In the scheme of of any civilization, it's young.
And
America
them,
is a young country. America is a young country. It's only 300 years old. I mean, we're not talking about like a Chinese civilization or 3,000 years old, the African. We're a young country. And so we have to also be careful while we demand. I mean, you have to understand, is we're watching TV, we're seeing First World every day, and we're comparing everybody with ourselves. We compare America with ourselves and England with ourselves and everywhere else. But we have to be practical, and we have to also understand our responsibility in changing the country. So we have to be careful how we are too hard on ourselves. The next thing I want to say is that we can't say that I wouldn't be here. I'm not a person who get into a political conversation and say JLP has not done anything in the last 63 years. They have done things that have benefited the majority of people in the country, and they have done some good things. I hasten to say, I believe the PNP has done a lot more. But we are at this juncture in our development that requires the young people. See, the young people you're talking about, and that Mark Golden attracting, which I'm going to address. But we need to get our young people understanding that this country first belongs to them, and they have a voice and a role to play. Last week, Thursday, I was at the University of the West Indies, and the party leader, the opposition leader, had a conversation with the young people there. It was a packed auditorium and lecture theater, rather. It was organized by the PMPYO, and I thought he did very well. I was very impressed with the questions from the young people. I was very impressed with how they connected with him and how he connected with them. And yes, he's growing, and he has some fine tuning to do. But we, in our own rights, we meaning journalists like yourself, commentators, the political class, we have to try and help the young people to understand that they have a role to play in formulating the future that they want. Mark Golden, I believe, is trying his best. I believe he's improving. And it's not about hyping up, because if it's hype we're looking, we have enough hype. What we need is substance. And I believe especially Gen Z, the generation that is now with us, are saying we don't hype thing too much. We want people who are genuine about the environment, about transforming our communities, and so on. His image, I believe he's who he is. Mark is a man who radical from my group, mingle with the people, my August Stone. He might play football with the youth, them. He's a man who you can't really say him not really, him don't know how to feel the Jamaican people. He's like that. I know Mark before him coming to politics. He's a radical kind of thinker. He's not the charismatic leader who is a Michael Manley, but he has his style, and we have to respect that and try and support him to be successful. And I believe if you listen to his message and focus on the message rather than the messenger, we will win. But I think he's doing much better than before, and we have to give him credit. So you have some responsibility. I know you have a excellent voice and some good and some good feel of what is happening out there. We have to convince our people to get involved with the process. Jamaica has reached far in 63 years, and there's a lot of good that has been done. Jeffrey, one evening you need to do a program on what we have achieved. Because I don't think we take time out to understand we had an illiterate population in 1962 by and large. Our infrastructure was poor. Our economy never had a real sound foundation. The social fabric came from slavery and was not addressed till maybe Michael Manley and so on. The infrastructure of the country, if you look at the infrastructure of Jamaica, from road to Romney Grill to Port Antonio, new airports, new wharf, the government hospitals, the highways, the electric infrastructure, the water infrastructure, is a whole lot that has been done and has put us in a place that I think we can take off. But it needs genuine politicians who really have a heart for the people to begin to start serving them in a far more sincere way than they have been doing.
So how come you
Yes,
not
PM.
run again?
No, I've actually applied for my old seat, Eastern St. Andrew, where, August Town, we had zero murder when I was, well, it was 1 in 2015 and 0 in 2016. August Town, Mona Hope Pastures, Jarrett Lane, them places, Standpipe, them places. Eastern St. Andrew. I've reapplied for the seat, so if the party wants me to run, then the people have asked me to return. I don't know if you're on the program earlier when Chris was there, but I lost it marginally, 161 in 2016. Was the last seat that the JLP took away, and we lost by one seat, which was my seat, because it's the last one that they won. So I'm available to run. The people have asked me to run, and I told them under certain circumstances I will run. So I've not really given up on politics. I still think I have something to contribute. And
You're still young, you look like you're just 19,
Look like Phil here, the guy like my own and your one. So yeah, man.
Yeah, I thank you. But I will say though, like in August Town, where I started a lot of things, I tapped into a vision of UA and UTech of create a university town. The present JLP administration has abandoned it. The piece of land we had destined for the transport center, the JLP has taken it into making to their office. We had a brand new park plan for Papine Square. We had a fire station plan for Papine. There's none of that. The market should have been rebuilt. All of that has been abandoned. There's lots of work in August Town, gullies that should have been completed. We started, was not completed. Mona roads, maybe 80% was repaved. We had some more reconditioned, rehabilitated, should have been finished, not finished. We had a housing project for Jarrett Lane, was not done. Many things throughout the constituency. So the people are saying they would like me to return to do that. So I've applied to the party, and I await the response of.
Yeah, I want you to create a job bank. I want you to do a skill assessment. I want you to do a job placement center and training for entrepreneur.
Look here, man. That's I hope you
and certainly,
it's up my street. We started when I started the program, when I started as a member of parliament, I started a club called the Job Club. And what it was is part of that, registering the skills in the area, help people to write resumes, train them in how to deal with an interview, train them how to be a star employee, and then place them in job. I've gotten thousands of jobs for people through the Job Club when I was there. Whole lot of things we do, man. Well, it became go through all them now. But I still have some more to contribute, and as I said, once the people give me the part,
yeah, man, I have some ideas, so you can link me.
Yeah, man, I'll get your number from Jeffrey and we'll talk. But
man, if you're not a Vumva and a Vumvavi, you can link me.
No, we keep the thing real, man. But this is Jeffrey, good program. I quite enjoyed it, and we have to commend you for bringing these things to light and help the Jamaican people and the diaspora to understand more about our politics and governance. And sometimes we need to stop thinking.
I can never get a Senate seat. A good youth.
Well, thank you for having me. I really enjoyed it, and I hope
under the new
time. And we'll be in touch.
PMP will give him an officer's class.
He deserves it. Deserving so. Thank you.
So Andrew Hylton, thank you for coming on, sir. Don't be a stranger again to the Mexico program.
No, him say a sensible thing start as a Jeffrey will come back. Although him know me mad still, him still will come back still. Him have an appreciate for and felt patience.
No, you did very good, man. You have some excellent ideas. I will need more voices like you out there. All right,
Okay.
take care now.
Sir Hylton.
All right.
God.
No,
Yes,
I'm
Sir
not gone
Hylton.
yet, Mr. Clarke.
Yeah, man. Let me just say something to you before you leave. I know you need to go, but I sat here and I listened to you, and it's just a sad day in Jamaica that somebody like you did not get the opportunity to serve or continue serving your constituency, because I have listened to you on other shows, and what I hear that you did as in your tenure and the ideas that you put across, they don't sound selective for a certain group or a particular group, but for your entire constituency, your parish, your country. And I like when politicians speak like that and actually do that. So I must commend you, sir. I think you should run, but you need to get a green class and run still. You may win, Yeah.
No, him don't need no. Him don't need no green class for his green.
Exactly.
No worry yourself, man. You by the time you're done, when you get up, it's a third orange. No green class down here. Jamaica is not a color.
Turquoise blue, man. It's not green.
Is what?
It's not green. It's turquoise.
Your camera not doing your justice.
All right. Well, take care.
I'm
going to call your viewers.
All right, sir. Thanks very much for coming on. Thank you. That's Andre Hylton, former.
So Jeffrey, we can go to now. Coming on no green card, We can go to. I
No,
said
you can't go.
Yeah, green card, Jeffrey.
Go ahead, sir Clarke. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask a question earlier.
So why did you just jump in?
Because some people was talking so long. But the question, I wish Mr. Hylton was here.
Touche. Yeah, man. Anthony, that.
What I know, man. I don't want to forget the question, You know, me a problem child, because sometimes I don't understand some things. Me not so bright sometimes, Jamal stop when me go to school, so me never get certain opportunity. But anyhow, I heard somebody said something this week to me, and I started making some knocks here and there, and I was hearing the same thing. Is it true that the JDF is now training the soldiers or the new soldiers or the recruits or present soldiers in the laws of the land, like our police would learn it? And
I'm
what
not
is
aware of that. I'm not aware of that. Luke, are you aware of that?
No, all I know that they have been training a lot of young men and women, more so young men, and there was a case brought against them for a lactated mother. She wanted to be able to go home and extract milk, and she literally was forced out. But they have taken hundreds of young men and trained them, and then they're displaced because money was being given to the JDF to do this training. There's no accountability to why these young men were not transferred to one of the other services, correction, fire, police, etc. But there are a lot of disgruntled young men who have come out and complained bitterly that even while they were there, they were being extorted, and that when it's reported to the office of the chief of staff, it is alleged that they are threatened and then they just leave. But those young men are out there with tactile training that could become potentially hazardous for us as a people if they fall in the hands of the wrong people. But there's a lot that is happening at JDF. There are people who are saying that they have never seen this close relation between the army and the government. Certainly this prime minister and the chief of staff and the one that has come in have a very close bond. And the previous chief of staff became the prime minister consultant, and he was holding the position of police. I don't know if he has relinquished one, but we're paying him double and not getting any results. And the police are frustrated with him. Good for Rowan James. You put up a good fight, Rowan. It shows true and sincere to what you're doing. Victory will be seized in the end. Good for Wilfred Rattigan that he's not giving up the fight. I hope that he does. Light on the Johnson Smith saga and to hold them to their feet to the fire so that they will be truthful to the oath of office. Disgraceful lot of people, despots in their behavior, but Jamaica, we will fight on. We not give up the fight. We shall not go silent in the night.
And that is why. That is. Go ahead.
Two things I want to say. You missed it. You guys missed the question I was asking, but you said something a while ago. Luke, I got a video this morning showing a robbery at a Western Union in a pharmacy in Linstead, where 4 men went in there, some dressed as police, some dressed as soldier. The first two I saw walked in looked like the real deal. I mean, the real deal JDF. And they held up the establishment, and I don't know how much money they got, but they held it up. And I know that persons were recruited and then sent home after completing training. Jeffrey and I know that it was done because they wanted to build up a certain number in the establishment so that Rocky Meat could get a promotion.
That he could get ambassador of Plentiful.
No, man, the promotion at the rank that he retired at, the rank that he got, required that the JDF had to have a certain amount of soldiers under his command for him to have that rank. So which he would retire at a higher salary. Shameful, because you know what is disappointing? And that is why the Minister of Security don't really care about crime, because instead of they recruiting these young men into the JCF that they are short-staffed in, they just allow them to go back to their communities where the dons and the scammers recruit them. Now, maybe because they knew they didn't do the antecedents, why they didn't try to transfer them over to even the fire department and the police force and correction and all of that. So maybe that's why. But, you know, the downside of it is that they have created a gang now, or gangs in Jamaica that are highly trained and know how to use certain type of weaponry. If you watch the Berylum robberies, the shooting styles are different now from say 5 years ago.
But
different.
Luke and Sir Clarke, you know what just came to my head a while ago? We must ask ourselves the question: is it that criminals came into this country via the sea from a different jurisdiction? Why Jamaica's crime rate is just through the roof?
No.
Why you say no?
No. What has happened is that when you have unmet needs, the frustration who have to turn to alternative source of trying to live in a country that has become oppressive, similar to that of the Jewish Holocaust. We're living in Holocaust country. We're literally being lied to, and for the better part, we have ever seen our lives better. So you know, you talk about social housing, but the truth of the matter, the other day the rainfall, and a whole heap of Jamaican realize why they have been praying that God don't send a hurricane, because them can't live through it. If you see the amount of people in the civil service that are taking out loans now, and if you see the amount of people that have left the services, different services, whether police, teaching, and have had to buy a taxi as an income earner because them can't live on it. So where there are unmet needs, people are going to naturally, it's called survival, Jeffrey. and we learn it, because if a rat was backed up by 100 men, I know that he could escape him, bite one of them and try to leave. So it is not because we are importing the people from others. It is because of the unmet that exists in Jamaica.
I don't know why Luke is breaking up like that. It seems as if they have hacked our system again. But you will not stop from talk.
No, man, the internet is choppy, Jeffrey. That's what it is.
We the people, okay. We the people will not stop from talking. And we the people, one of these days, as what the great Jerry Small always said, that the dam must burst one day for it to overflow. And it will overflow. Because we the people will not sit down anymore and accept what is going on. And as I said on a program a couple of days ago,
Man, labor, man, tell me.
Huh?
One labor, right? My snitch gets stitch.
Who snitch?
Eh? Me no know me a snitch pad them say, but stitch gets stitch. Labor rights are listen to me. But look here, labor rights are my brothers and sisters. And look, if we don't want stitch me, snitch me, whatever, they go right ahead. Look here, I will not remain a slave in this country of mine and not speak truth to power. Time come for a change. And if PFP is that change that the people say, me a one man, one vote, same man, same vote. But the time has come for the people to speak. You must hold those who you set in office accountable. It should be perform-based pay, because the Jamaican people are being honored every day.
Indeed. Sir Clarke, your final word before we go?
Yes, man. Jeffrey. Yeah, man, my dad, I don't go and buy them hungry because the prosperity tree not catch it, but it could rain fall, so something might go on. But serious note, I am saddened by the speech of the PM today. I was expecting some fanfare. I was expecting to hear the local government election date. It's really an insult to the people of Jamaica to say we have to wait till next year you're here. And we know, based on certain posturing, we can see that they're going to postpone it again. I think that will be detrimental to them. It'll be a bad political move. Let the chips fall where they may. If you lose, you lose. Then you just don't say have a work on the general election, see if we can build back the people if you lose the local government election. But I love my country, Jamaica. I am saddened by the state of the crime and the scamming and the corruption and the lack of the justice system exercising the full length and breadth of the law to incarcerate, to convict and incarcerate these corrupt politicians and friends of the politicians and these corrupt persons in civil service and in the financial institutions. There's so much scamming in all the banks. I lose money in a Scotia and NCB the other day, and they're going to tell me that they can't do anything about it. Then why are you forcing me to go online if you're not going to resolve my issues when they arise? You know what I mean? Forthwith. Or you wait these long drawn out periods and then you hear some little foolful answer. But Jeffrey, I want to thank you for having me. It's been a while since I've been on your show, but I've been very busy.
Just like Luke.
Yeah, but
look here, Jeffrey Tavares. You see, my bread and butter, if a man I go play with it, me have too much hungry belly people who depend upon me. And me can tell you, say, if a man I go play with my bread and butter, me now go tell you, say, my last resort is that I am not going to fight for my right. And in this country, You might not agree, you know me, but I am tolerant of people's belief because we're coming from different places. I have a good friend who is a big supporter of the Jamaica Labour Party. No, me not support no party, and I'm not for the party in power. Me base my votes solely on policy and a vision that resonate with my spirit. That is it. And me and him attack and him tell me say me can't tell him Cooke and curry and the Jamaica Labour Party. I'm not say nothing. Me say yes. If I say you see it, I say you see it. But go and speak to the ordinary Jamaican. Then the other day, me just happen to say to him, say, boy, I mean, I buy and you can't give me a thing. Man, I tell me, say, right now, in block. So I can't say all things are progress because I tell me, say, more people own house, more people own cars. You probably own these things, but they are not in you. It's not yours. It's people, friends, and come buy them and go and make a money for when them come and Jamaica card them can't splurge. So the fact of the matter, we convince ourselves of the lies, but the truth of the matter is that you don't want to be at a Kingston Public Hospital. You do not want to be at a university hospital. You can't go you if you don't have any money. And there are people, as Mr. Jeffrey, that me know right now we need surgery urgently. One lady and she can't get that surgery and she has written now, me can share the information with you. She written now to the compassionate grant for ask them for help. Me even text the permanent secretary Francis have been reaching out on behalf of the police women that the diaspora through himself, Mr. Clarke, Claudette Brown and those people, they were instrumental just to form a linkage between the ministry to share expertise, to share support because of the diaspora community. And it's platitude. People say, yeah, let's form the linkage, but no linkages. And here is a Jamaican young woman fighting for her life, and more support is given to her, having served as a public servant through the diaspora. So sometimes you might hear me lick the diaspora, them just not understand why them still in a bangarang. Them supposed to be now the deciding factor, the time vote that breaks the camel back, that holds those in power. Because when them want money, at the diaspora them got to. Right? When them want money, them go to them scamming friend and the diaspora. And them people, they have fun politics. Me tell you, say, this brother here go block Jamaica for win the next election. He go block Jamaica for win the next election. If Mark Golden think is a walk in the park, I just would not want us to return to the days, Jeffrey, of anybody dying because of politics. But this brother is not going without a fight because he's not done. The man knows say right now, them say him a go mister. The fact that you cannot even declare a responsibility, your financial return. Me have to ask you, brother, where you have a hide? You can't name 6 people tonight because you might be in the 6th, brother. Come on, man. You know things that one day we're going to hear. And people already are leak information. It's just that you can't come and this come to it in a ear say. But the fact of the matter, brother, you have no integrity in the eyes of even your faithful supporter. You know how much people say, boy, I love the Labour Party. Me a Labour, me can't search, but me can't see myself a vote for Andrew Walnut. There are a lot of people who turn that green shirt prime minister because the austerity measure, $5,000. Although me say $25,000 them get, me don't know if I true, but if I didn't, me
I
I
heard it's
$200.
$25,000 and the Minister of Local Government, Desmond Mackenzie, said that Desmond Mackenzie, sorry. Desmond Mackenzie said that the newspaper is lying. Not go so.
Yeah. And you see them say if I not so and near so you hear 25, me hear 25 too. But you say if I didn't meet today for pay me all at 250,000 because at 61 years we are a young democracy, but at 61 years we not rub out for nothing at all. It have to mean something. I should be able to go buy a couple sheets of zinc. So when the next flood rain fall, me not fear set pan my bed. Me think those days should be long gone in this country. Me don't think it's beyond us to create a better situation. Why you still going to the NHT and using it like on a personal bank? Why are you still awarding people contracts that are not delivering of what they're supposed to
No,
do?
no, no.
Why
No, no,
why were
look,
you
the question must ask, why are they creating dummy companies for themselves and giving themselves the contract?
exactly? And why is it that you was afraid to make Christopher Tufton talk today if it's not true that him want to become leader like Nigel Clarke? All of a sudden, Nigel turn Nigel find his voice. And I hear people say that you're a bright guy. Nigel, why you take 200% while the Jamaican people don't get paid? Why civil servants are paid? Why your teachers leaving? Why your police and firemen and so forth? And stop talk about this economy that you create. Because the truth of the matter, we all stand on somebody's back. It never just happened like that. To Peter Phillips' credit, despite he's not the most likable of guy, the guy performed. Everywhere performed. That only same one call him informer. So I don't come talk to nobody down here. So the whole of our friend when Parliament done and only out. The whole of with the woman we talk to them on the stage about. And then still take the money behind them, but them still take it. She take it too when she in opposition. She suffer from, she's the worst lad we go up there today. And let me tell you something. Those speeches were not impressive. If they were trying to mimic Gabriel, where man say run away from seat. No worry, Bobby Montague. Don't worry about people.
Hold on.
Make sure say.
What is about Gabriela?
No, him say, oh, one still down the other one run. Him call them all sort of name, man. No worry, Bobby. Don't worry. Friend, them chance to get $2. And a $2 you might get. Right? It's not $2 you might get because you must remember you were rival in the leader of the Jamaica Labour Party. Up to the other day, everybody said you are the kindest thing on the earth. I'm sorry, I never meet you in the downtime coming. I take a thing. But the fact of the matter is that the JLP has created a beautiful picture of unity, but all of that is a facade. But the cards are going to be revealed because while you're sitting at the table, you must know when to hold it, when to fold it, when to walk away, when to run. And I like to talk, but when I took over this ministry, what I saw, when them take over the ministry, I threw PMP keep on the secret, I want to keep PMP secret. Because Omar Davis said when him take over transportation and so where him see where Mike Henry do that. And which our container did out there with flat screen TV and this and that. It was a shameful day. Stop thinking that we are idiots. The Jamaican people are tired of being molested by you lot without a condom. You have molested us far too long. On his human parasite and a malignant cancer on the Jamaican people and the Jamaican society. Uno love this country. This on the top of Bustamante Children's Hospital. That now walk up on me like that, me think I want gunman them sending your apartment. I'm a brother. Them talk about Bustamante Hospital and them a big up Buster. And the Bustamante Hospital have poor equipment. And when Shaggy save Bustamante Hospital. Yeah, save Bustamante Hospital. Uno go out, go call the brother thief. When all the man said to uno, say, look here, me not give uno the money for putting a central fund. Me and make uno give me the invoice. Now, if you love the children of Jamaica, Shaggy friends should still be keeping today because that is one of the biggest fundraiser for the Bustamante Hospital and had the potential to add a couple more wings so that we can make sure that the children of Jamaica right through the length and breadth because the people from the Eastern Caribbean come here to use the facility. We should still have that the band there as one of the biggest fundraiser, but what we do? Because we don't want the money on the run where the man. Only things I got asleep. Una talk about the sea rise and the planet hot is an Indian that even God in heaven is upset. God is upset.
Look,
Luke, Luke and Sir Clarke. I was just saying something a while ago. The Chinese embassy in Jamaica has made a significant donation of Jamaican $2.4 billion worth of equipment, including manufacturing printers, computers, laptop, videos, security system for the airports, and CCTV cameras. Now tell me something now.
If them bug the building, what we are doing more gift from
Thank
them.
you.
Hey, wait till a great America come for Andrew and them they spot them, man. Yeah, them think America done with them. The American don't tell them stop up the Chinese them, you know. But look how them come here, Jeffrey, I take liberty of our work at there. $3,000 a day, Jeffrey. $3,000 a day.
And
You
we sit down in this
and
country.
then live on better land than we know. If you go up on Dallas Castle, you see how they live. Man, they never want to go back to China. Never had it so good. And yet, me like the Chinese, you know, because I grew up in a community as a little boy where the Chinese, them that own the corner store. They were bad people. But no, man, them get where, man, Jeffrey, man. Them coming like ticks. I
Sir
want to
Clarke.
come and this when then go when we're going at them store. Them come like ticks now.
Yeah. Sir Clarke. How the roads
yes,
in St.
sir.
Thomas? How the roads in St. Thomas?
One name, sir.
Lord have mercy, God.
Jeffrey, me
I
never seen
like
any video of them.
No, you didn't send me the video.
Massive fun.
um, well,
Jeffrey,
Mister.
Jeffrey, hold on
Mhm.
the loop. Hold on the loop. Let me be fair. The least damage on the roads that have been done is the ones that the Chinese actually do. But it has some damage on there. Right? But my problem with the Chinese leg is that improper signage, um, this keep a changing which side you drive on, and then you're sharing one side of the road and then you don't know which side to take. So a lot of head-ons happening. I almost got into one because I was driving on a normal two-lane going one direction. And all of a sudden I said, me should in the right lane, me should in the left lane because oncoming vehicle going come. As me switch over is one that come. And the signage is when you get up on it, or the detour signs are so small, and especially at night, the roads are dark, you can't see them. But on the Yalas to Morant Bay and the Morant Bay to Prospect, oh Jesus, trust me, I better than never touch a road. Believe you me. They're putting in these lock-off valves for the new water pipes. And everywhere one of those lock-off manuals are something called 6x6 manual covers. Well, 3 or 4 of them in each spot. There's always a dip there. Or the covers flying off and or there's a sharp edge or whatever. Then the next set they come back between them and floor, come back, keep digging up what was just recently paved. And then you have some part get mushy when it just start to get mushy by itself to the whole thing be turn a sore. Then when the rains came the other day, water started to erode where some drains of them just built and the road damage. Some section the pavement were just peel off
Yes.
and throw one. Oh God. I better than ain't touch the road, trust me. I tell you the truth.
Luke,
I don't
just
want to sound ungrateful, but
yes.
we're not getting what is paid for. Lackluster work, rush work. I said them just scrape off one place out of Dumfries the other day. And Marley. And Mr. Island then come back and scrape off the aisle. Then 2 days later, then come back and just pave it overnight. The preparation work is poor. When I was growing up and you roll and stretch a road, it rolled for weeks. You sprinkle it at night and roll it and leave it, make it set. That is not happening. So these roads being damaged in a less than no time.
But what we fail to understand, is that majority of these politicians It is alleged that they get contracts for these roads. It's alleged right now that a man backhoe is being used by a very influential person in the Parliament of Jamaica. Because that person own a construction company to build a road. And the man bulldozer is being used. And he only get paid for 2 times the bulldozer used. And he hasn't get paid again for the rest of the time the bulldozer, and he can't get back in bulldozer. Is the corruption going on in this country?
Let me shut my mouth because
you're aware of it, eh?
Mr. Some things maybe just have a laugh. There's a mall they're taking from pamphlet using on the roadway. It's a that backside red dirt with mall in it. That's what it is. And anywhere that mall use, as little water touch the ton porridge and soup. And they're still buying this mall and using. And they're going to dig up a 40-minute stretch there.
I'm surprised why they might do that. If you don't keep, if the road don't mash up all the contract, all the soup cup are gonna full up. You're surprised what they do? Who is holding? Who is holding them to account? Remember, so only they let them run. Greg Christine and on one them run him again, you know. Cause when he was contracted, them foolishness they could go on, you know. I know that them give him integrity and him go say, go ask the government like the man said nothing wrong. Go ask the government. It is untenable to see how crime has escalated under this administration. The insertion could have been that. Go and ask the government, why do we have people feel comfortable to just ride up in New Kingston and to shoot you the other day and just ride off? Because why was a lady sitting downtown and it is alleged that she went to court, if that is the truth, and then you have a man come back and get another story, and a man can get a 9 shot and take up her bag with the people them partner money. Them people that can't eat for Christmas. You know that around this time downtown, down a bend down, burn down, those people are going to suffer when the next fire down there. The mayor of Kingston talk about how it up trees and I mean, I have a problem if you build a park, but you should build it in your constituency are not largely yours as well. If we're talking about equity, you're being a government that is equitable, you should build it in constituency. If that is the case, Mayor, every constituency should have a green area where the people of that constituency can go and enjoy a park where they can relax in their concrete jungles and in the absolute poverty that they have been subjected to live. You talk about expanding the roads to St. Thomas, and that St. Thomas is going to be easy access and you're going to build. You must also remember that, you know, the people development is critical to the infrastructural development, because you have housings that have been built under both administration where the people are not paying for those houses. Look here now, Jeffrey. Let me just come off of it. Let me tell you something, Jeffrey. I'm depressed. I am depressed. I have never felt hopeless in all my life. 48 years, I have never felt hopeless. And my brother, right now, if me can sell out my citizenship and go somewhere else, at the first me look George Cooke want to leave the country of my birth, because I cannot continue to listen to people who say one thing and their action is a different thing. And me not have no friend and nobody when me associated who me know say like to tell lie. Me not tricking people. The one of the things me take serious are when them say the poor people is loved by God. Me tired of this, brother. Me tired of this. You're going at the health sector, it mash up. You're going at the classroom, it mash up. You go to one of the. I mean, a man wants to change his life and ask for his record to be expunged. He must pay $6,000 for go down at tax office, $3,000, and committee meet selectively. It's not a committee that meets every week to look pan people's situation. Me know one little girl when the little girl went into prostitution at 13, and at 16, man put her on plane for carry ganja and cocaine got foreign just to help out her family. And she want her police record to be expunged because her father live in America now. And una tell me say she not do greater crime than some of politician that has raped and ripped off this country. And una wouldn't take that off of the books after she go in and serve her time, pay her fine and come out. Una still a punish her, and then una go talk about reform. Come on, Virgin. Me and you know the reality, you know. Me and you know the reality. Jeffrey know it. The people that are commenting on this program, them in tune to the suffering of the Jamaican people. The Jamaican people don't even know so we are suffering anymore because it has become Stockholm syndrome. It's like the more wickeder them is to we, and the more we like them. It's the woman that get up and say, if you don't beat me, you don't love me. Beat with Andrew, beat we, because obviously that is the only way we are gonna say you love we.
Look, get back Sangan, man.
No, man,
Me
he's
not
right
going
there.
out, man. Me depressed. I am frankly depressed.
Well,
Me can't.
Me want you clarify something. I want to ask one question because Mr. Somebody say this man is straight biased PNP propagandist. You PNP propagandist?
Okay,
Look here,
that's
don't.
great. Look,
Oi,
hold on,
oi,
hold on,
No,
hold on.
oi.
Hold on.
Clarke,
No, hold
Clarke,
on.
Ask one question.
No, hold on.
Clarke.
Hold on to me.
I will not.
Hold on
I
to
will
me.
not.
Hold
Hold
on.
on, there, Jeffrey. I will not subject myself to a man that I have never met. So let him talk because he named enough shit at Crab Circle to come on this program and talk. Him don't know me. Cause PMP don't have nothing to do with me.
Hold on for me. Let
Hold
us
on.
not listen to these people who come on this program and type what they want to type. I don't listen to these people. I am a Jamaican.
You
I'm
know,
speaking for the Jamaican people, not for the politicians. The People's
Jeffrey.
National Party and the Jamaica Labour Party don't put all my 10 pound chicken back on fire.
Jeffrey.
let them say anything them want to say.
Jeffrey. Hold on, man. Hold on, don't get heated. Let me say this to you. When Paul Boga did lead the rebellion, he was neither J nor P, he was nothing. He was just a Baptist deacon and he never carried the church tonight. He went and led a rebellion because the people of St. Thomas and the people of Jamaica needed to be liberated.
Hold on there. This person here, what name? Pearl Rubber, whatever. Have a good night. Don't come back on my program, please. Don't come back on my program.
Yeah, man. As I was saying, I am Jamaican, and if I can't speak freely about what is happening in my country without being labeled, then we have a problem. We have a serious problem. The truth is just the truth. If it's PNP in a power, NDM, UIC, GLP, me will talk the same way, right? I remember a particular MP was in power one time, and me hit out upon it, and then said me had this and me had that. But the truth is, I was standing up for my people. That's what I stand up for. My people need to be voiced. Their opinion need to be voiced, and sometimes only one person can voice it, right? Now, Luke, may understand your frustration about Jamaica because I honestly, I'm a father, and I am worried for my children, my grandchildren, my great grandchildren, what they're going to be faced because what is here now before us as governance or as a country or with security crisis that we have, I'm worried. I don't know what to expect because if I can't speak freely about what is happening in my parish, in my town, in my country, without being subjected to or being ridiculed or labeled or threatened or feel fearful, you know. And I realized you were tense a while ago, Luke, because your simple brother walked behind you. And I know because you know what certain people are capable of. That's why you reacted that way, you know. And I understand because sometimes when we talk with passion, but then we have to go back away and say, I want them to go too far. But guess
hold
what?
on there for Mr. Clarke.
Well, let me finish, Jeffrey. Let me finish. Guess what? If me or you, Luke, or you, Jeffrey, don't stand up and speak what is affecting the Jamaican people, then we are hypocrites. We need to come out for this live. If we can't speak freely about what is affecting the Jamaican people, then something is wrong. We need to stand up and defend what is right. Whether PMP in a power, whether JLP in a power, UIC, whichever one of the PRC them. We need to speak. And that's what we need to do. We need to stand up. Paul Bogle stood up in 1865. It cost him in life. It cost George William Gordon life just because they knew that he was good friends with Paul Bogle. George William Gordon never do nothing, you know. He do not deserve hero. But because of him guilty by association. There was another man, him offspring them, very rich right now. And him nearly get killed. A Paul Bogle of turn on and beg for him. You understand me?
Let me say something to you. There's a lot of people that come on this live, you see, who they have an ulterior motive. They're from a member, they're from the party that doesn't have the sense to read and write and understand the crisis this country is in. So I have reached a point where I do not. Are you all hearing me?
Yeah, man.
I do not watch my chat room too much. I just speak to what I'm talking. I just talk to what I'm talking about. Because there's a lot of people that come on this chat room that if you listen to them and read what they're saying, you get upset. Because I will not come on this platform and be a Lego bees chat. No. I come on this platform with facts and I speak truth to power. And I'm pretty much sure I speak on behalf of George Cooke. And I speak on behalf of you, Sir Clarke. So for those who want to come on this platform and say that we are PNP propagandists, so be it. Who are you? A Labour Party bitch?
Anybody want to label me? Label me from yesterday to this, from you now put food from the table and me not open you not open my door, label me. Because you know what me notice, Jeffrey? If me not say what you want me to say, and you can't pay me for be a dummy, you will label me and you will try to bring me down. Don't try it, brother. Nobody going to break my style. I live with real people. I see real circumstances. And I have to talk about the real things that I see. So nobody can pay me for be a talk shop for them. Right? PMP and JLP have nothing to do with me. Nobody's offered me a seat. Nobody will ever make me a senator. I mean, I expect to get awarded at this. What me expect that anytime you stand up on the side of truth, right, and justice, somebody has to do their job because that's what they're paid to do, to come on here. Because if I was saying that, yes, Andrew Michael Holness is running the country, the other set of people then would have said, I am a JLP type person. When a man do him, you know. You see, Ed Bartlett is a man who I have the greatest respect for. You see, earlier on, you see when you talk about Babsy Grange, it's a woman who I have the biggest respect for when it comes to reggae music. You can't beat Babsy upon that. But when you come to Warmington and them people there, they don't deserve to be called honorable, nothing. You see them behavior. They are indifference to the people who them don't agree with. Once upon a time, it was a different way. I grew up seeing my grandfather and his neighbor, one a PMP, one a Labour, right? And all them do a buy a broom, buy 6 beer, make sure that them Damion brand new. Them play until the election result come out. And whoever win the man say, me I go sweep them out. No, it's untenable. In this day and age, it is untenable when you see them people here. Because anytime you say something where them not like, it becomes that them have for try to bring it down. Look here, Bridget, me tell you already, you know. Mentally, me bigger than that, you know. Me bigger than that, you know. Because look here. Me now go say the truth and hide it, you know. Because not even my mother escape it. If my mother do something and she not right about it, me I got some mommy with all due respect, you know, right? So me not apologize to nobody pan yourself. Cause most of them talk them don't do half away. Them don't do half of what my little finger doing in this country for poor people. Because I would have been far better off if me did shut my mouth and play blind too. A man tell me on PIOJ the other day, say, you're bright about youth, you're too passionate. Because me must see wrong and call it right. At that country we are create. Me must see wrong and call it right. Eh? Come on, man. See a youth there jail ya, where them say them a look for him from 2021. Them not even pick up the man and gate. Him family them a ball. Me see me next bridge them lock him up in a prison. He want to find $2 million. A man where drive truck, him don't own the truck where him drive. When him have paper for say him their bank downtown, the system is not for the poor man. So these Jamaicans who believe say them politician are gonna give them 70 virgin and milk and honey. Go to hell from me. You're hungry like me and I come chat to me. You can't chat to me. Go from me. And Jeffrey Tavares, thank you for having me on your show. It's always a pleasure. That's why from the other day, Jeffrey knows that I not even feel well. Right? Because people think I silent them silent me. I'm not afraid of nobody. Nobody, because I one life, you know. And when you to be absent in this body is to be present with your maker, you know. So me good, you know, because it's well with my soul. But me know them like a cheap talk and side talk, people are gonna come on this like them. You don't know me, brother. You don't know me. Them a try to score a
endure for a night. Weeping endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. You know, it is sad when persons cannot speak freely about what is affecting.
I saw Jamaica gone now, brother. I saw Jamaica gone.
That is true. You know, it is so sad. It is very sad. I'm telling you, it is very sad. Honestly.
Look, a pile of work. People look bird paper. People look job. Me not have the time for come on here and pretty up things. Me not have the time for pretty up things. Half of these things, if me never devote myself to it, I would be far better off because I could focus on those things. That, you know my little sister said to me the other day, my brother, I detest you earlier on when we were growing up because I just saw you as a do-gooder. But as I grew up and I spoke to people, I didn't know that you made such a lasting impact in the lives of people. She was in a situation and she tell me, the person said, anybody if you look can't be in that situation there and them not help them. So the good what me do is not, me not want it for echo in this lifetime, you know. It must be echoed into eternity. I love my country. I love my country. I love my people. I love the vibes. I love the culture. I even like the diversity in the politics. But be truthful, no man. It not serve the people, them brother. And ones a benefit from it. And the closer you are, at news them carry forget a little piece, get a food, you know. $5,000 can't help me. So make them go and talk. Anyway, Jeffrey, the messaging today was just the same old same old. Nothing was brand new. The truth of the matter is that all of us have to become a part of the change. As I said to you, let us break out in focus groups, discussion. Let us come up with a strategy of how we educate and engage the Jamaican people. Let us go by the byways and edges and talk to the people to find out what are some of the real issues and how we can be beacon of hope, because it cannot be the responsibility of the politician to change Jamaica. I want to believe that I am part of the change that I would like to see for Jamaica to continue to grow and to become the beautiful country that it is. I believe that it is an indictment on all of us, because if Jamaica was a company and we're all director, we are a lazy set of director, we have given away our power to the Andrew Holness administration. We need to take that back. And every Jamaicans have a part to play. And I am not going to stay on the sideline and watch my democracy go into shreds and not to say what I said. If Mark Golden come, Master Mark, me I go talk about you the same way. But until social, economic justice for all Jamaican people is what is on the agenda and the priority of the administration and the people of Jamaica, I am going to continue to fight. I am a Bogle. I am a Sam Sharp. I am a Marcus Garvey. I am a George William Gordon. I am a Nanny of the Maroon. The fight continues, and we have to fight for the heart and soul of this country. And I'm very passionate about my country. I don't go around talk bad about me. I talk about the liar them. Because Bob Marley did say the liar preacher preach in a church. Right? But them only hear, them never hear the part when him say him praise to the church but no, him never hear the qualification of why I wanted for but no. Because the liar preacher right there, we were lied to today. We were lied to by both administration. We deserve better. The Jamaican people deserve a government and leaders that will put country above self. And unfortunately, that is not being done. So you see, those of us who are hungry and are in the we are in the back, we are in the barrel like the crabs that Alice was selling. We will keep on shitting on each other and tearing on one another down. That's what they are being paid to do.
All
Thank you
one
very much,
race
Luke George Cooke.
inferior against another. I man say war.
We
No,
want to say
no,
thanks
Mr.
to
Pete,
Luke George Cooke.
Mr.
Are you hearing me?
Reasoning. Yeah, man.
We're having some technical difficulties from my end. So we gotta
All
stop
right.
this live feed here. Thank you all very much, George Cook, Andre Hylton, Christopher Henry, Sir Marcel Clarke, the great grandson of Paul Bogle, the man
Yeah,
who's gonna
man.
lead the next rebellion in Jamaica.
Man, man,
Jeffrey.
hey, Marcel, don't make Jeffrey make them put up on no cross. You know? Cause it would even left America come down here, come there, him up there anyway. Jeffrey remember for pack some saltfish and a couple pound of flour for the Christmas holiday, cause John Noah. Me a mad out guys. Christmas come power and it's like we not even see it did that come. It a mash way up, man. It a mash way up.
I sit here and I listen to everything, and honestly, my heart grieved. I had a program a couple of days ago. I didn't plan for the program because I had to go somewhere. And my phone wasn't working. I had a phone problem. So I didn't plan for the program the Wednesday. So when my wife dropped me off at the radio station, I said to them, I don't plan for this program. I'm not going to do anything. And I went on Luke. And knowing me, I just decided to talk about something. And the amount of calls that I got, Jamaicans in the diaspora, worried about their country. They are worried about their country. And for people to still have this stupid idealism that me a ban labor right and me a ban comrade, they don't think about the country. The country that is bleeding from within. They don't think about the country. My fellow Jamaicans, may God bless you. Luke, continue doing the work you're doing, my brother. Continue doing the work you're doing. Because that's what you said. You don't look for recognition from man. You look it from God. Because you know God is going to give it to you. And
Yeah, man, my expectation, Jeffrey, with mankind is that it's always disappointing because even those you help sometimes enrich themselves and talk bad about you. But look here,
oh yeah,
me tell you, me past that long time. What me the right now, Jeffrey, is that whatever good I can do while I'm still breathing and while God still brought my breath, me I gotta do it. So, brother, sister, not where you say can break me. Only God alone am my judge because only Him know my heart. And Him knows that it not conceited. And me not consider wickedness. When I think of the heaven and all that God has done, who is man? That God should have been mindful of us that we're still breathing. But there for the grace of God, there goes I. It is just painful when you look at your country people. I was in St. Elizabeth the other day and I heard the people's cry. I heard the people's cry. I went to Montego Bay, me hear people bawl. Me come back to Kingston, me hear people about. Me touch out of St. Thomas, out of Johnson Mountain, me hear people cry. It
So
real.
you never link me.
Jeffrey never tell me which part out there. But it real. It real. And then for hear people bragging about like say, we are all so better.
Hmm.
You take 10, you take 90 and give me 10. But we are all so better. And then what you do? You pitch us against one another. So after you use we are refusing like toilet paper, you push us in the center of the battle to go fight with one another like cat and dog. And in my yard, my cat and my dog, them I live good because I teach them every day, you know, nothing in here must not be in harmony, you know. Everything in here one. So to Jeffrey, let me just say I appreciate the fact that in the short time I know you as a truth teller, and I'm glad that program is there to give the ordinary Jamaican an opportunity to express ourselves, and that you have taken on this burden of being true to Jamaica. Jamaica need more people like you, because you could have been in North America and enriching yourself and just forget this beautiful land that we love. But I know, like me, Clarke, and others, that Jamaica is broken, but one of the promisingest country on the planet. And we just have to keep on fighting for it. We have to protect her, and that may be with our life, but to God be the glory. You have to fight for something, you know, 'cause if you don't stand for nothing, every blow in the blow, I go blow you away. So have a good night. Thank you, Sir Clarke, for entertaining me. No, say sometimes I head chip, but thank you for entertaining me. And big up yourself, Sir Clarke. Big up yourself,
Yeah,
Jeffrey.
man.
To your
No
audience, you
problem.
have Jeffrey, I enjoy your audience, even those who need more love. Because who are comment negatively for I, they probably need some love. So Rasta man just go hug up something and think about she. Don't worry about me.
Look, say now, so
Yeah.
like we like help poor people and the less fortunate. Or you
Mm-mm.
know,
Yeah.
defend Alice.
No, look. Me not need for defend Alice. Me not need for defend Alice. Mr. Mackenzie need for defend her him eat her crab. The me I need for defend her him eat her crab.
Okay. Jeffrey?
Me not need for defend Alice, you know. Because one of my think Alice poor, you know. But me know Alice them out there from me I go to school. Alice them is a third generation of crab sellers out there, you know. Them used to use the Mary Issa clinic as them bathroom. They commonly known as vouch. But me no know what go on because when Andrew took over vouch, him lock them out, you know. When Andrew was executive of child welfare vouch, him lock the gate pan them, you know.
But me yes, I hope man tell her to do it. Me no know, me only hear.
Who?
It is
Look here,
alleged.
man.
It is alleged.
Look
It
Who?
is
here.
alleged.
Look here. Well, let me tell
Special
you
spice,
something.
man.
Look, let me tell you something. Whether older man tell her if to do it or not, Alice, that's just downright nasty. But look here, I don't believe nobody must be punished forever. We all have made mistakes in our life. Be it as it may, you consciously knew that you were in that state, so you should have stayed at zero. It shows how some people are just absolute greedy and they put greed over the welfare of other people. But
And not only that,
notwithstanding,
not only that, Luke and Clarke. The government should have put a restroom there for the people in long time.
well, one
But
fly
when the
up there
commission
now,
chair and them
Jeffrey.
shouldn't there.
Huh?
No, but look here. It's only when things happen in this country that we react. But me a 48 Jeffrey, and that the place that they there from me I go primary school pan the era circle block, go high school pan the era circle block, and nobody took an interest in those people. Child welfare used to advocate for them, And so they were using the Mary Issa clinic right there. The clinic is now locked down, and 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 this happened. So you see, like, oh, the prime minister said, everybody when them get their money for the road.
Hold on there for me, Luke and Clarke. Don't go anywhere. Continue talking. I'm gonna shut my system down and rejoin you guys.
All right, no problem.
Right?
2 minutes.
You see, oh, Clarke, them say the prime minister say the people, them the minister, they must prepare. In fact, all of them people who are suffering, me I go write a letter to the prime minister for asking if he can do something for them, because it look like I say you get help in Jamaica now. You have to go directly to the source.
Yeah.
And then you have to come and you have to go get it on YouTube. Me no want him help me. Me no want him help people on YouTube because me no like them thing then. I no like to help people, and you have to show a fan feeling. Because I believe those things that you do in closed door is more sincere than when you're standing before the camera for 5 minutes. But the truth of the matter is that there, Clarke, you know it too. There's a whole heap of Jamaicans that need help. It's just a rough time. I've never seen it this rough. Some say the Bible are fulfilled. Some say, Luke, you're 40. Yeah, me a party yet.
Me have to avoid my business place because every day the amount of stories and requests. I tell you the truth. Me want to help myself for me, I tell you the truth. And the amount of requests and story when me get, I mean, they're heart rending. You want to help every time you can help. I'm telling you the truth, brother. Dirty tough right now. I tell you the truth. At the roughest me see it. Believe
you know what hurt me the other day, Clarke? A man dead 1 year now and could have buried. 1 year. 1 year a man dead and could have buried. And you see when you write to some of them corporate people, them literally say, if somebody can dead so long, and why we don't arrange to give them a papa's funeral. I'm gonna tell you something. You see the brother where that look the money for bury the man. The man look for me and tell me said that the man there used to go to town and pick up food. Him used to go down a town and help the vendor them. He was muted and deaf. And him used and as a boy I remember say him used to carry the food come give him mother so them could have eat. So I said to myself, I can't dash him with down a train line bottom. And the funeral was only $150,000. It wasn't even an exorbitant funeral. It was one of the rap box them and so forth. And the disrespect where the youth go on there for just get it. And when him come to me and him a walk and me I tell him, say, yeah man, me beg a man at $10,000. People couldn't believe just a man died and couldn't be buried for a year.
My God.
1 year.
1 year?
1 year.
Yeah,
And
a
if
lot
you
of
don't
families
believe
leave them family at the funeral home, them not Jeffrey, because they can't afford it, you know. And it's at the cheapest package, them, you know. And they can't afford it, may I tell you.
And sometimes, Clarke, sometimes when you get the call, now you're a sticky pad, I have a prioritize who get the help. Like somebody call me now and tell me, say, our son, CXC fee for pay $22,000. She got a part and she get part pay already. And she need $22,000. I mean, I said to her, I said, may I tell you the truth right now? Even the people them where you used to rock pan, they are going through. One person who me used to can rock pan, she have cancer right now. I could even look for the ask her for go help nobody. So you see when people come and attack, the reality is that they don't understand what other people go through. And let me tell you, me that tell somebody said there was a very good teacher that I had in primary school, Clarke. She live at Vineyard Town. So when you go in at the house, she have nice antique furniture. But you know where our water supplier come from? Our neighbor have a hose through around through the window. And she get one plug for get electricity. and she have a gas stove and a coal stove she have to use. And that woman educated some of the brightest Jamaican them when me know right here now. And at this as she read. So me don't know why we are going like said it pretty. Why we behaving as if it is so pretty and Uncle Dory? It's sad to say this, but poverty is everywhere. But when you go say people are in a Canada say food high. Canada have a food bank. People in America say food high. Americans have a food bank. People in Britain say food high. Britain has a food bank. People pack barrel out of them food bank there and send come a yard.
If I tell you,
We do not have that.
Jeffrey and Lou, let me say something to you. I volunteer at a training institution in Jamaica, right? And I'm there sometimes 6-7 days a week, until late night. And right now we have a lady there. I don't remember her age. I don't want to tell her, but she if she's not close to 70, she over 70. Right? She come way up in our hill. How she find the school? We did a presentation up there in the MP Center. God bless if the money where the woman can find for come to school. She have to pay about 3 fare for come to it. Right? She right now she need a laptop to do the work what she do. And she's way behind. Up to Friday, they say, Mr. Clarke, won't I go about Miss So-and-so because she way behind. She can't get her work done because most of she need a laptop. And may I tell you the truth? I was the one who was part of the panel that interviewed her for the institution. Let me tell you something, man. I realized where she's coming from and what her plight is. She want to help out her neighborhood to teach the early childhood them. Pick them in the area. I'm bush area, you know. Dog afraid. I don't think moon the pan stick up there good. You understand me? And she want to empower herself and certify herself so she can start a school to teach the youths them. But she wants to go learn. She don't have the tools. No, what do I do? Me can't tell them say, why them have to stop her from come to school. Me would want to empower her. I recommend that they waive certain things for her so she could stay in the program. But our biggest problem now, she work done. So anybody out there we can donate a laptop, need one for her. We have 3 elderly women in the institution right now. All of them overseas.
Let me ask a question. Hold on there. Let me ask a question. This system is giving me a little problem. So I don't like to use restreaming. I prefer use StreamYard. Luke gone.
No, me not God. No, me not God. Me just have to take a quick. Somebody attack me. Somebody attack to me.
Yes. When you Sir Clarke, couldn't you reach out to the Jamaican Prime Minister who loves to give away laptops because he like I have a whole trailer load of laptops at the Jamaica House.
But I want a female MP say no man come down there.
But almighty God in here.
That's the problem. Me not understand. You send the lady and you know help us fear. You know help her with lunch money. You know help her with school fee. You know help her with uniform fee. You know help her with the necessary equipment what she need to learn. And all you want to do is to get certificate and teach without having any issues so people can ask why she have her certificate. The woman hungry for learn. Let me tell you something, man. It break my heart. Me sorry me about the money. Me buy it gear, no trust me, no brother.
If I had it, I would buy it and send it down. If I had it, I would buy it and send it down. And that is
one of Jeffrey listener will inbox him and donate the laptop.
I'm pretty much sure they will.
Don't go beg Clarke. Don't go beg nobody. One of Jeffrey listener will even have a second hand one in good working condition. Sorry. Make them donate it. Because she will have to come on every ad and have a thank bro God.
That's true.
Anybody hold on there for me. Anybody who is listening to this program tonight and you want to help a needy Jamaican who is trying to educate our fellow Jamaican students. If you need, if you can help us, you can WhatsApp me at 954-529-8030. That's 954-529-8030. If you can assist in a used laptop or a brand new laptop, let us know. You can WhatsApp me at 954-529-8030 because somebody out there, as what Mr. Clarke just said, need the help. I don't know what's going on with my system, but I am frozen from Wapikil Philip and I know it can't come back on. Something is wrong with the system here. I'm going to switch back to my StreamYard thing and forget about Restream. So anybody out there who can assist,
Jeffrey gone again. Luke, let me tell you something, man. We got a big influx of people from that area alone. None of them not get no help. And let me tell you something, the bus fare alone, brother, for come at the institution is overwhelming. Not even mention lunch. Sometimes I'm afraid for walk out because everybody want to buy their lunch. You hear me say? But because I want to see my Jamaicans them get an education and get a certification and that they can come and make a positive impact on our nation, Jamaica. You know, my wife and my children cost me last year because me was too much at the institution. I help out for free. And you know what was gratification for me? When I went to graduation last week, Thursday, in spite of the storm, we in Portland. We had the biggest batch from our institution and from the parish of St. Thomas graduated in an archers graduation case last week because of the work we put in. You know, me have to big up the parish manager art, Miss Charlotte Blake and Mr. Jermaine Smith, the CTI manager for Heart, St. Thomas, and the Center at Paul Bogo VTI, Miss Monique Barrett. Me have a big destruct to them because they some cussing them get on some fight and resources, the institution will fall apart. But the work must go on. Hey, Mr. Brother, the work have to go on. It's sad to see the state where we people in a and you know what is this?
You know what happened, Clarke, me I listen to you. The other day I'm here, a public health nurse called me. So she was in a particular community. And she happened to go into her premises and she saw a woman throwing water in the yard. But when she looked, she saw pieces of feces. So what they do, they catch water in the bucket and then they defecate in the bucket. Then when it's soft enough, they just throw it in the yard. And she was calling me to ask me if me know. She said somebody gave her my number. I don't know who, because she didn't reveal who it is. But she said the person said to her, say, reach out to him, man. Him will help. Him will help in whatever way he can. And this is in Kingston. It's not even rural Jamaica. This is in Kingston. When I went, I actually met up with her and we went and I looked at the place because I said to her, let me look and see if we can do anything. And you see the bed where the pit in them asleep on, Clarke? Full of bed bug.
Me know what you talk about, brother.
Full of bed bug and that she said, you know, me never know how to get rid of chink. She said we have to boil hot water and put all of them clothes in there. But with that, we had to burn the bed immediately. Because she said, you see, once those bed bugs start to bite into them, trust me, it creates a different. So you see, me and you walk that walk here and we understand it. That's why I'm turned out by a lot of faith-based institutions. Me I call her ask the Pampas the other day, you know. This weekend, me I call her ask the Pampas, you know. For a lady with bedroom, you know, Pampas and the liners. Those are things that, I mean, people would take it for granted, but then she don't even have food. Sometimes when I see my phone ring a Clarke, and I know I walk out, me just don't, me can't find it, and I'm say no, but it has become a necessary answer because it bleeds you. It bleeds you. I can't tell last when I go out, you know. I can't tell last when I spend the money for just go sit down somewhere and enjoy. If somebody invite me, you know, me can't go, you know, because the truth of the matter is that I feel I feel morally obligated to the suffering of the people. I feel morally obligated that I ask God all the while, why you show me these things and you're not giving me the whole heap of money to do all of this? Yeah. And it's not because I believe in handout and I believe in hands up, help somebody to come up. But Mr. Student go school where hunger kill them. Right? And them have to take from Paul for stay alive and John and Harry. Just to stay alive. So
And they
I
kill
don't
themselves to just get away, to get ahead.
look here no man.
Look, let
Look
me
here
tell you
no
something.
man.
We had a batch last year. The lady had to wear her mind to pay the school fee or buy 2 sheets of zinc and ply to ease the water if I pick them in the house. You hear me say? And we have to recommend for waive our school fee because she can't afford it. You understand me?
A 1 year. Yeah, a 1 year now one blind lady asked me for bill about help her bill a bathroom. Because she says she just can't do the pan anymore. 1 year. I'ma tell her I said before next year, in the middle of next year, she will have a bathroom. So me no want nobody come tell me about the people. The people. Clarke, you ever go downtown, go see when the people that stand up out a police record in the boiling sun. Police record and RG side by side in the boiling sun. And we make politicians then don't even stand up in a line. Them for them passport now after they not for going in a line. I one thing me admire court the watch, you know, me and him go pick up my passport the same time, you know. Go apply for a passport the same time. And when them come out and say, Ambassador, come, court the wise look on them and say, no. If the people them have to wait, me have to wait. There's no distinction between me and the people. And at that make me rate them on the 50th day. If we are suffering, we have to suffer together. So when people come talk about the prosperity and the progress and the this and the that and the that, the majority of Jamaicans. You know, one of the things that they never talked about is how many people use that border crossing the other day, Clarke, just to escape. Some people because them have criminal intention, but the majority and the bulk of Jamaicans who were escaping, you know, were escaping adverse poverty.
Yes, they were.
Adverse poverty. Because they have heard the same story regurgitated to them time to time memorial, and they are not seeing the change that they are asked to vote for. Them
Look,
borrow
right now, me
people
know a
money.
family, you see? Me know a family, husband and wife, and 2 daughters in a high school, right? And the 2 daughters are bright students. But trust me, them have it hard which part them live. When rain fall, them can't come out, you know. And water in a running pipe for them. Them have to carry water about 2 miles. In this day in Jamaica. The father have a job, but him only work on call. And God bless them pay him. You know what I mean?
You know,
Where to turn your eye against what these people are going through, or you try to help? Which one?
You know something,
You have to
Clarke?
help.
You
Eh?
know, you know something, Clarke, and look, I sit here, although this thing is giving problem. You see how much our viewers are still on it? 243 are still bearing with us. And I must say, I appreciate the viewers. I appreciate my YouTubers. I appreciate those who are on Facebook. I appreciate those who are on Twitter. Thank you all for liking, sharing, and subscribing. And as I said before, we need your help. There's a lady in Jamaica right now, as what Mr. Clarke is saying, that need either a used laptop or a new laptop. And if you can give me more than one laptop, that would be good. That would be good. It's not for me, it's for
You have
people
a
who
whole
need it.
heap of them who need it, you know. But you
Not for
see,
me.
this
It's the people,
lady,
it's the people who need it. And
yeah, man.
the number you can WhatsApp me at is 954-529-8030. 94 sorry, 954-529-8030. 954-529-8030. WhatsApp me on that number and tell me how you can assist. Is either you give us the laptop or how we can get the laptop from you, or you send the cash to us. We can get the cash down to Mr. Clarke, or buy the computer, get it down to Mr. Clarke or to Luke or whatever. But somebody out there need help. And
You know, boy,
ah,
Jeffrey,
ah.
let me tell you something, man. Big up, big up. Your heart is in the right place. Clarke, you have a
Yeah,
lady with,
man.
you have a lady with disabled right now, you know. Me do the recommendation for the National Health Fund for her, you know. She need a surgery bad, Clarke. You see when the pain and lick the woman, Clarke, may I tell you the truth. I wouldn't want to experience labor pain. And you are 7 months now, you know. 7 months now, and she can't even get an answer. Every time you call, you hear say the committee no meet yet. So how is it that Jamaicans are better off? You know how many people have been surgery have been put off. My cousin has cancer and went to KPH and spent 3 days there just to be told that them because them overbook on one
I
of the
beg your
machine
pardon?
now. My cousin has cancer. She has to remove her womb and the womb and the two things. I not even remember. But
Uterus.
yeah, and them send her home. So well, because them I say if the quicker them remove it, the better for her. Right now, she negotiate with the university hospital, and we are plan what to do for move them thing. And so, brother, I know something where when me attack, when me no know, you know. Something when me experience every day. I tell people I do not want anybody to refer people to me anymore. There, I feel limited. From ask Jeffrey Clarke from June, me I try raise textbook for pick me at Jamaica. And one woman pan this when named Freedom did raise some money. And you see it like Freedom go raise some money, me raise some money. Me don't know if the news get out, you know. But I know me I try buy a book, you pick me, you know. And then I said, I have it.
You know, you
But,
know,
but people, oh, you, if you are going to get a good foundation, now you forgot school without book. You
look,
know one, you
I
know
can't
one,
tell you the horror
you know
story.
one like a 5th grade girl tell me, Clarke, and it,
Mm.
I'm not cry easy, you know, cause me's not a youth alive for crying, you know. Me no want, me no cry. You know when she look at me and say it's the first year she ever go school with all her books. The teacher them
Praise the Lord.
ask, the teacher them have to say to her say, is only a pity she never meet that good Samaritan before.
Let me ask you something, Luke. Luke and Clarke, let me ask you something. Because something just came to me idea just came to me a while ago. How many kids don't they need books?
Wally, man.
Right now for me, Jeffrey, me just have a complete a 254,000 purchase because me have to lock off book, you know. Me have to lock it off because every day somebody else send a school just send 3 names to me and say if these kids are doing exam, them are doing
Pep.
the pep. So if me could prioritize them, so me just tell them but me have to lock it up because is book, people are beg housing material,
Jesus Christ.
people are beg wheelchair, people are beg walker, and not to mention food. Me see a little pensioner, that lady, I love that.
Look, hold on. You talk about wheelchairs and walker. I need to talk to you off air about that. It's how to get it down to you.
No, just send it to Food for the Poor. Find where the Food for the Poor there, send them and designate it to the Archbishop of Kingston. They will bring it down. No, Kenneth Richard, Catholic. Don't mix up Anglican and Catholic, no business in. Just send it to Food for the Poor in Miami. Designated to the Archbishop of Kingston, and he will get it, and I will help him to distribute it.
Because I saw some wheelchair down by the radio station. I'm going to talk to them down there and ask them who it's for. I'm also going to talk to the Jamaican Consul General in Miami, Oliver Mears. He's a very nice person we can talk to. And as a matter of fact, what I need to do, Luke, is literally have you and Sir Clarke one day on the phone and have the Jamaican Consul General with you to come on air and see what we can do to assist. I want to talk to the managers of WZP and WZOP and see how we can assist.
Jeffrey,
Miss Taylor, there is a foundation all of us can start. Because one of the things with my one black people, you know, Miss Taylor, I say, I can use my creative mind and start a foundation. You see, one I think me, you know, right now, me we work in a foundation. And yeah, man, I can't even put it together. But you see, black people have to get out of this mindset that when you ask for help for other people, you have ulterior motive. I don't live a flamboyant life. I've never lived a flamboyant life. My mother will tell you that I've always been a home kid. I like my house. I like the four wall of my house. I don't go to parties in Jamaica and see name brand clothes. I wouldn't even say me I got dress up for come at your event because I just don't have the time for that. I tell people don't invite me to places. I don't. I have too much thing for my head, and sometimes I just want to take a breather. Sometimes I just shut down and listen to music. Music is my escape. I'm read the scripture, I'm meditate. But
you know what is my escape of the stress and the rest of my personal life and other things that I come on the program here and I hear things and it hurts me to see where my country is going.
Yeah, man.
Hold on a look. You know what I do? And I hear my wife telling me say I need to save back and start buying so much flowers. I will go to one of these flowers places and I will buy flowers and I will go out in the garden and I will plant my flowers and talk to my flowers. People think I'm going crazy.
Yeah. Tell Sherry you're building. Tell Sherry you're building a rose garden. So she can't come see Kenny Rogers for you, buy me a rose. Oh, Sarah, she can't go pick one. No, but the truth,
You know, and
Jeffrey,
no,
hold on
Mr.
there.
Taylor, me never say you think like that, but me I tell you say, I want to people in Jamaica believe say when you do good and you look something for yourself. But me just I tell you say, life has been devoted to the cause of people. As a child growing up, my best role model in life would have been my and my grandaunt and my grandmother who me grow up come see them and do them something and so it became a natural part of me to believe in humanity. And let me tell you, it has been painful. It has been painful because when you look back on how much of the time that you have given to the and Clarke says the greatest reward is now that I'm looking at my wall and I see people come and them give me them photo. They have completed their study, and you know that played a part in helping them to do it. And the truth about the poor in Jamaica, despite the unpleasantness of some of the things that people say about poor people, or them buy ear, or them like to buy clothes, and them richer than we, and then no work, then quick for help. Then quick for help. I was in here the other day talking about a young man who did not and needed 26,000. A lady came to see me, and while out the young man, she said she loved boy picnic and she couldn't bear it no more. And she went and she found the money and she paid the school fee. And when she saw the guy, he never looked right to her. And she said, look at all my children, their clothes, look all them have things. And she went and she packed in my bag. And she said to me, sir, Mr. Cooke, me not really have the money, but me I go help out with that little boy here. Me I go help out with that little boy. And she has stayed. He now calls her, affectionately calls her mommy. But people respond to caring because one time a guy tell me, said Jeffrey said, and I say him want a name brand shoes because him really want it, because him know what hunger feel like. But sometimes him say the shoes is the only thing that makes him feel good. Because when him have on a clock, he becomes visible to some people. We have not given our people a lot to be happy about themselves. But when you hear these people talk about the poor, why is it that term after term the people are still poor and you're still talking about you love them? It was one of the things that I hated about Portia Simsimila. Don't come to me and talk about you come from the bowel of the poor, because your policies don't always elevate people to achieve their full potential. And I think it was Clarke who said it, and Anthony, that when you look at the microcare center, I have 25 students that I recently spoke to the lady who is at Micro about admitting them into our school, and especially boys, because they are reading way below them almost like a finish high school, and them can't read. And she said she will work with them, but the reality is that it's $25,000 for each of those children to be assessed by Michael, and it's long, Jeffrey. So sometimes they will finish secondary school and don't get assessed because them don't have the money. But thank you, Sir Clarke. Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you, listeners that stay on and are still listening. It shows that people care. Sometimes we ourselves on this program are going through our own personal crisis, And I hope that this program just be a current affairs program, but it will be a program where we still show what is common and decent about our human um,
Yeah.
um, um, human compassion, um, that we right wherever we are, no matter how small, no matter how big, we can show and touch the life of somebody else by giving and knowing that this whatever we do to the least of this, we do it to our creator.
You know why
Yes.
I'm laughing? Clarke, you bucking on.
No, no,
Yeah,
him start the talking, Jeffrey, and him. But you know what, Clark, me know how you feel. If me never take a couple days the other day, because I'm sick, and start sleep. And not for go sleep, cause I can till 4 o'clock down my bed, get up at 7 and gone again and I do it and I do it and I do it. And the other day, I just say, you know what, the body just tell me a story, say, look here, and me just go sleep. Because I tell you that sometimes I
You know,
can't be here.
I got up from 5 o'clock this morning to go on the radio station to do the gospel program, and I haven't slept yet. And I think I need to go now because I see my wife beckoning to me, say, "Hi, it's time for you to come to your bed."
Oh
I gotta
God.
go. I gotta go take a
And
shower.
Jeffrey,
with the
Jeffrey,
Yes,
Jeffrey.
yes.
When you hear the dog, them a whole out the door, right?
Mm-hmm.
A pair rain went them up from the end, so me I got my bed in the cabin. I go sleep with them.
Mm. Let me say something to you before you go. To all those who are watching us, to the 244 people and more who are watching us, I just put my number in the chat room. If you can help with books and with laptops and whatever,
Wheelchair.
if you can help and get them to me here, because honest, I don't have any money to ship anything. I can get gas to drive the cargo down to Miami to give it to the food for the poor. Yes, I can do that. But to pay to ship them, I can't do that. I don't have it to do that. All right. I want to help, and the only way I can help is through this program that I have here. And remember to like, share, and subscribe, and see what you can do to assist. I am not a member of any political party. I may have a name of a Tavares and linked to politics or whatever. So be it. Who cares? That's their business. I'm not a member of any political party. I'm a Jamaican, and I'm a Tavares, and I remain a Tavares and a Jamaican. But that doesn't say that I'm a part of a political party. I'm not. And for all those out there who has programs like this, I think the time has come for all of us to stop being backstabbers and stop being negative talk about each other and come together. Come together and see what we can do to assist the land of wood and water that we dearly love. The country that we born come see. We came there by labor pain, not by error pain or party pain. And I think the time has come for all of us, whether in Jamaica or in the diaspora, to help our nation, to help our black brothers and sisters. I don't want anything from anybody. I don't want anything. I don't have it. I don't have it, but I'm not gonna go out there and say, okay, X, Q, Y, Z. No. I'm a very proud Jamaican. And I don't beg my family anything. I work for what I want. So I'm gonna say this tonight. If you can assist, if you out there who are watching us, who are listening to us, you can assist. You can WhatsApp me at 954. WhatsApp me at 954-529-8030. I'm tired, I want to sleep. 954-529-8030. WhatsApp me there and tell me how you can assist me, or you can assist rather in helping the persons who need a laptop and the kids who need the books and If you have clothes that you don't want anymore, or you know people who can give clothes and whatever, send them to us. We can go down to Miami to Food for the Poor. And this is where we say so long from here for tonight. Until you hear our voice again. You have something to say, Clarke?
Yeah, man. I was just saying that by default, my church with my wife and myself, we started our one-off street feeding and bathe the street people, man, change clothes, cut them here, comb here, wash here. And the turnout was so great and the demand that they kept asking for it. So we did it Heroes Day the other day. Now they're coming every day expecting us to feed them every day. So we're looking at doing it even once a month. And I was talking to somebody today, they said, no, you have to do more than that. So that is the next venture we're getting into right now, is to feed them and bathe them and cut them here regular and all of that. Because they are somebody's children, you know. So we're getting into that. You know, we got some clothes the other day. So we're going to do one right here in December, but like 2 times in December we're going to do it. One person committed $100 US. So we're going to see where we can go with that. That's what we're doing, you know. We're just trying to help people, man. Help people because we have a share the love. Love cover a multitude of sin, and there's so much horror story. You know much clean clothes madman out the road right now, and most of them young. You know much mothers out there walking and beg. You know much women are selling them body just to feed them children. Some of dance go. I want to stop some of them from doing and help them, but empower them at the same time so they can get something substantial to do or start a little business.
Let me ask something.
That's
here.
where my passion is. Yeah.
Let me ask something here because we gotta go now. Sorry to cut you a second. Let me ask something here. I'm pretty much sure, and people may say, Jeffrey, you're lying. Do you know what it's like to go to your bed without having any food to eat? Do you know what it's like to go to your bed?
Make a bed hungry because I didn't want to go cook or gas done or something like that.
Hold on. Do you know what it's like to go to your bed? You don't have the money to buy the food, and you don't have the food. And people may say, boy, no, sir. You have big name and blah, blah. I have been through it. I know what it's like.
Yeah, man. You know when the Congo them a play drum in your belly and you can't do nothing about it. My God.
I know what it's like.
And that's why I don't know how we can show off for ourselves. So yes, value water, Jeffrey. The man that has
Jeffrey, look in the chat. Look in the chat on the stream, restream.
Huh?
Look in the chat. Look in the chat quickly. Somebody's asking how to donate. So tell him the number.
Hold on. Continue talking to me.
Yeah, man. I understand what you're saying, Jeffrey. Well, I have been blessed where I never had to go to bed hungry because I couldn't find what to eat or whatever. Some of it was by choice when I went hungry or gas done or something like that. But, you know, I give God thanks for that. But I know what it is if you can barely find the food, you know. But like I said, God always show up on time for me and my family. And I give him the glory for that. But I know the stories. I see people come to me. You know, people, days them baby not get no milk, no pampers. I know one lady, she was giving her baby syrup for farming. I met her weeks old baby. I went to take the baby for a while. Stuff like that, I know it like that. Not for me personally, but I know people where we have taken our house and take care of them. You know, and people don't really know. But we have to take them in because people need help. And me and my wife passion right now is to build a house where we can take in people and, you know, take care of them. We want to build a place where we can, street people can come and bathe and change their clothes, get something, a hot meal, lunch, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and share the word of God and also teach them a skill, that kind of something. That's where we want to go because there's so much out there. There's so much horror stories. Brother, I know we're tired. But me I tell my heart bleed and me see my people are suffer. Believe me. And me see people are just a dash of food. So
I grew up in
you know,
Negril.
I watched a video one time and never forget it, with a show of hunger across the world. And one of the pictures that stuck in my mind was this child in Africa wanted water to drink and had to be behind the cow and the cow urinate and he sit here and drink it. I never forget that video. Trust me. And from them, waste food. I mean, that's why I'm a big so, but waste food, brother. I know somebody hungry.
Mr. Clarke is
It's
located in
so
St. Thomas. We gotta go now. Gentle people, I grew up in Negril. I am from Negril, proud to be from Negril. And I know what it's like because I've seen my grandmother, God rest her soul, my godmother, my adopted parents, my aunties, my uncles, especially my grandmother. She has given down to her clothes on her back. Down to her clothes on her back, she has given away. So I grew up in a home to give. And I know what it's like when a person come to you and say, hey, man, I have it. I see people come up to me in Miami International Airport and say, Jeffrey, thank you. I said, thank you for what? You were the one who helped me to graduate from school. I don't remember those things. I don't. Because I do it with a willing heart. I do it with a willing heart.
And when you tell people that, them don't believe you, Me
No, they
tell one
don't.
man that, yeah, me tell one man the other day, Rasta man, I don't remember you. I don't even remember that situation. All I got jilt my brain, just give God the glory, go and live, do it for somebody else. But me not gonna spend time I try bust mate for remember. And long after me sit down, and go back it just came back to me that I met this individual, they were going through a difficult time. And him tell me I'm gonna look the money for help him for finish him exam at St. Joseph Teachers College. He's now in Teachers College. I happen to have been speaking somewhere. He was there and him come up to me and him say, I remember say, when me could pay my exam fee, are you me talk to him, I could believe that you come through for me. And I'm a teacher now and just said, make sure say you treat your student them good. See if the pitney at the school like you can help them. Look here, what we do in this life echoes into eternity, man. What
yeah,
good,
man.
Jeffrey? What good? Clarky, I know you
Yeah, man.
definitely are sleep with the dog them tonight. So yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
For those who are asking, I can be found in Mark Bay, St. Thomas, easily found. My number is 876-335-0949. You can better WhatsApp me because sometimes I'm in meetings, so just WhatsApp me. It's easier. But all we want to do is help people. And anything I do for people, I don't remember it. A lot of times I come back and I talk, but I don't know who them is. I don't even know what them I talk about. Maybe months or weeks I remember. Me remember. That's how I do. Because what the right hand do, the left hand nothing know.
All right.
And I live with that. Blessed love, my brothers and sisters. Shalom.
All those cares has been our concern. The work goes on, the cause endure, and the dream for a better Jamaica shall never die. Remember to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. Until you join me again tomorrow at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on the Make We Talk YouTube channel, where I'll be having a robust discussion about something to do with Jamaica or somewhere else around the world. I am Jeffrey Tavares, and on behalf of Luke George Cooke, my co-host, Marcel Clarke, Christopher Henry, and Sir Andre Hylton, who continue to speak out for the poor class of Jamaicans. Remember, whatever you do in life, do it with a good heart. Don't do it to get something in return. Do it with a good heart. Good night, everyone. Have a good night, and may God bless you all. Remember to like, share, and subscribe to the Make We Talk YouTube channel. Have a good night, Sir Clarke.
Yeah, man. Blessings, man. Thanks. Thanks for having me.
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend.